Oh, well, then you're off.
Yeah, for
quite a while.
What, until next Thursday? Something like that is when I go back.
It's a nice vacation.
Yeah. Yep. Get a little bit of time off.
Hopefully you're sleeping in and relaxing.
For me, sleeping in means getting up at like 7 o'clock.
Well, after the game, we should talk a little bit if you have time. Not for too long, but we should.
Okay, so let me go over here. Let me send something. God bless it. Where the heck? Okay. All right, we're at 2:30, so I will go ahead and I will stop the background music, as soothing as it is. All right. Hello, everyone. This is Gallibond, and today we have reached another milestone, in 2 milestones actually. We have reached session 30 of our game, Walker of Waterdeep, and the characters are all level 5. So that is a new milestone for them, and so we are now to a point where everyone has reached tier 2 in terms of their character advancement. Now, before we actually get started with the session today, I want to ask, did everybody get a chance to finish leveling their characters up to 5 at this point?
Yep, I'm good. The hardest part was picking out what spell I was going to take.
I made it.
Hello, Gaunty.
Barely made it.
Well, you haven't. You are only 2 minutes late, so that's only a 10% penalty to your hit points for today. Now,
and a -5 to hit. Don't forget
that. I will destroy you.
Uh-oh.
No, sorry.
This is why I don't play in her game, because she's a mean DM.
I am not. I give
power hungry. That's what I hear.
I give my players a sporting chance.
I mean, I half blinded a rock. It's not no big deal.
Okay, so Pete, I heard from you that Adamant is all leveled up to 5. Gaunty, did you get Zandri all leveled up?
Oh, hell yeah. Pretty much as soon as we ended the game last week, I was excited.
Okay. Ken, you got Oyohusa leveled up okay?
Yeah.
All right. And Chris, did you get Galibar all leveled
Yep.
up? All right.
Where's
and
Ash?
When Ash gets on, we will verify that he has gotten everything up there. I haven't heard anything from Ash. Sometimes I think with the train schedule and everything, he gets home a little bit late. Sometimes he has a chance to let us know. Sometimes not. It's also the holidays, so it's
'Tis the
possible
season.
something has come up last minute with family or whatever, and he may not be able to join us. But we will live in hope that he will be able to be there. I did see, Ken, your message during the week in the Discord, and I am inclined to agree with you. I think when Ash does get here, we should let him know that because of his ability to sort of prepare everybody for what they are going to possibly encounter while they are in Chult, we should probably give him the inspiration for the week. So when he gets on, remind him that he can add inspiration if he doesn't have it already. And where we left off last time was just arriving in Port Nyanzaru, everybody disembarking. As I recall, Zandri was having a little bit of fun with the getting her land legs back after so many.
Zandri did just fine. She got like an 18.
Oh, who was it that was stumbling around? Was that Thardram?
Thardram.
Oh, okay.
Thardram and Barak.
Okay, yeah. Thardram was stumbling around a little bit. Barak looked like he was having trouble with it, and then for some reason, just it was almost like a snap of his fingers, and he was fine. So yet again, something a little bit odd about that guy. To go along with the other oddness that you all witnessed on the voyage down to Chult. And there was the sighting of dinosaurs, and there was the strange sights and sounds and smells, and the heat that assaulted you. For those of you used to being in the north, it is extremely warm. When you left the north, it was springtime, and it was, kind of a nice, pleasant time of spring. The temperature was just about right, just getting warm enough during the days where you don't have to have an extra jacket on. You get down here, and in the even in the morning time, because it's fairly early in the morning now, as you have come into the city, it feels like midsummer heat in the morning here, and the air does not move in the way you would expect to have like a sea breeze in the port town. It's just very heavy, thick air that hangs on you, and it's quite humid. So you feel like it's just sort of cloying and clinging to you. The air does, and you're already kind of hot, and you're thinking, okay, I wonder if I can go without my armor, because the armor is pretty warm, and the if I can find some lighter clothes than the ones that I'm used to wearing, that would be great too. And then, of course, off in the distance, you see like a fairly large mosquito flying along. It's a mosquito that's about the size of a large dragonfly. And someone you make a comment to that, and someone in the crowd looks over and says, "Oh yeah, that's a small one. That's a baby." And so, you know,
I need a club.
Galibar has taken off his bearskin cloak and put it in his bag. So
Okay.
all that's covering his upper half right now is like these chest wraps that would usually be worn during the barbarian during the gladiator matches. Like
Okay.
they're white chest wraps covering essentially his abs.
Okay. And actually, as you notice that, um, as you are seeing with those wraps on, there you can tell there are several people that are sort of pointing in your direction. They're kind of whispering and to each other, and they kind of look back in the other direction. And I'm going to go ahead and change our map now that we are into the game and go over to the map of Port Nyanzaru.
Do they maybe know of a gladiator arena here?
And so where you all had come into town was over here on the sort of
harbor.
on the south.
The south near the
side.
Tiriki anchorage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kind of over here in this area. And these people that are noticing Galibar, they're sort of pointing back through the gates up here that you guys can see from the overhead map. Although when you're down on the ground, you can't see that because all the buildings are in the way. And they're just sort of pointing back in this direction over here. And you wonder what it is that they might be pointing. Now, Galibar, of course, has never been to Chult, so he has no idea what they're doing. But you do get the feeling of people sort of recognizing a gladiatorial warrior. Now, Zandri, you're still in your full adventuring gear at this point.
She will die in this armor.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm pretty sure the only thing that will be able to get Galibar to leave this freaking island is his mother. Like just the thought of his mother still being in Waterdeep, even though he doesn't know it's his mother, is going to be literally the only thing getting him to leave this freaking island.
Okay. All right.
This is paradise to him.
Okay. Well, the last thing that we said at the end of last session was that a sedan chair being borne by 4 strong, dark-skinned men was running up and had caught the attention of Barak Clanghammer, and he had turned and was waving, and there's a dark-skinned hand coming out of the curtains that is waving back to him. And the sedan chair runs up to him and is set down, and one of the men pulls aside the curtain, and a rather striking looking middle-aged woman with very dark skin steps out, and she has a very velvety voice and sort of an odd accent. And she says, "Oh, Barak, it has been a long time since we have seen you. I received your message that you were coming, and we, of course, have the accommodations waiting for you at my villa. Shall you and your friends be joining us tonight?" And he says, "Oh, yes, Ekene." And he turns and he waves to you all. and asks you to come over to him.
Yep, Zandri will immediately
Yep.
head over. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Adamant gives this snake oil salesman one more look.
Yeah, Tabaxi sort of melts into the crowd, realizing that you guys are, he thinks he may be able to con some money out of Galibar at this point, but he realizes he's got to find him when he's not with the rest of you.
Yeah,
And
Zandri makes eye contact with that dude and does the 2 fingers at her eyes and then switches them to point at him with the narrow-eyed glare.
And he sort of gives you a little smile, but then when he looks over and he notices who Barack Klanghammer is talking to, he just really decides there's someplace else that he would rather be. And he sort of melts into the crowd and goes away. And you all can maybe see him for about 20 or 30 feet, but then he just disappears. It's not like he cast a spell or anything and went invisible, but he just sort of ducked behind something and you lose track of him.
Good riddance.
He's clearly a very shifty fellow. And when you walk over to Barack Klanghammer, he says, "My friends, please allow me to introduce Trade Prince Ekene-Afa. She is an ally of the Black Staff in Waterdeep. Ekene, these are the heroes that the messages from the Black Staff and myself talked about." And he introduces each one of you, and he also introduces Chinler Duran as an attaché from Ravnica. And of course, she gives a quizzical look, and he promises that he will explain it all to her in good time. And so Ekene-Afa turns to you all, and she says, she holds her hands up in front of her in what looks like a very formal gesture, pressing her palms together and her elbows out at kind of almost like a 90-degree angle. And she raises her hands first, so her fingers are towards her forehead, then brings them down so that her fingers are at her chest, and then she sort of gives a little bow. And while she does, she says, "Welcome, friends, to Port Nyanzaru. I will be honored to have you as my guests at my villa while we conduct the business that I understand you need to finish here in Chult. Please follow me, and if you have any more baggage to bring from your ship, I shall send servants to collect it for you." And do any of you have additional stuff that you can think of that would need to be brought from the ship?
I just have my bag.
Yeah, just the adventuring gear.
Galibar
Okay.
travels light.
Okay. All right.
Good.
Well, she says, "We will get some refreshments along the way, for we must go up to the high hills of the city to reach my villa." And so she claps her hands and she says something in a different language to her sedan bearers, and 2 of them run off, but not very far. They go into a nearby tavern, and they come out very quickly, and then spilling out behind them are a couple of serving maids and a couple of serving men, and they bring out to you, they bring each of you a small cup that is made of a very light wood, and a plate that looks like it's made of the same wood. And the plate has some fruits and a little bit of what looks like kind of yogurt on it with some berries that are on there. And then the mug has as you take the cup, you can tell that it's chilled a little bit, and it's got whatever's in there is cool,
Oh,
and
bless him.
it looks like water, but when you raise it to your nose, you sniff, and it smells sweet. And they bring that to all of you, and then they bring it. One of them comes over to Adamant and says, and after he looks at you for a moment, he says, "Do you require nourishment?"
No, no, I'm fine.
Oh, well, if there's anything that we can bring you, please let us know. Um, Otherwise, I'm sure the trade prince will be able to help you find anything that you need. Um, Welcome to Port Nyanzaro. And he gives you a little bow, and then he goes over and kind of stands near Ekene-Afa like he's uncertain what to do. And then she just reaches out and she takes them from him, and she starts eating from the plate herself. And she makes some small talk, asks you about your journey. She says, "I hope that your journey from Waterdeep was swift and without incident."
Without any major incident.
Oh. And then, she's kind of looking at each of you, and her eyes rest on Galibar for a moment. And she seems to look and notice some of your. She looks at you kind of intently, and it's a look that you have seen before, Galibar. It's kind of the way. Um, it's kind of the way your trainers at the arena looked at you, very sort of assessing, and sort of looking at every detail of your musculature and things like that. And she um, seems to notice some of the fine scars that you have that you may have picked up along the way from some battles in the arena that either got a little tougher than you thought, or didn't quite go the way you expected. And she says, "You, Mr. Galibar, would I be amiss in saying that you have experience in the gladiatorial arena?" Chris, are you there?
I think we may have lost him.
Oh,
Yeah, his mic's messed up.
uh-oh. All right. Okay, well, she will come back to that conversation later. In the meantime, um, after oh, you
Okay.
back?
Okay,
Okay.
good. Yeah. When she notices that, when he notices she's looking, like seems to be studying him, he flexes a bit. And when she asks that question, he says, "Well, yes, I am the champion back at Waterdeep."
And she says, "Oh," she says, that is most interesting. and quite wonderful. And she pulls up, she's wearing like this very lightweight, but very sort of voluminous type of shirt and skirt and everything. And she pulls back the sleeve of one arm and shows you the underside of her forearm, and she's got 5 tattoos that are identical that go from about her wrist up towards her elbow. And she says, in my younger days, I was a 5-time champion of the gladiatorial arena here in Chult before I turned my hand to business. And then she says, she lets the sleeve fall back and she says, we will have to talk about the experience in the arena. You will no doubt be interested in talking to my husband, who was my trainer before we married while I was at the arena. And so she seemed very pleased to make that, to meet a fellow fighter. And after the refreshments, she climbs back into her sedan chair, and her bearers pick her up. And if any of you partake of the fruit and the yogurt and the drink, it's all very delicious, very fresh. The fruits are exotic, and the yogurt has quite a different consistency that you have not noticed in yogurt before. You can recognize it, and this drink is very light and very crisp, but it has kind of you can tell that there's some alcohol in it, but it's very, very light alcoholic beverage. It's not anything heavy, and it's something that you think people probably would find pretty refreshing in an environment like this. And so she gives orders, and they start to lead you, or she starts to lead you through the town. And you go up here and you get to this gate here, and you head in to the gate. And she sort of she has one of her, or she's going along at a rate where Barak Klanghammer is walking next to the sedan chair, and now the curtains are opened in the sedan, and she seems to be having a conversation with him, and you see her hand point out, and then Barak Klanghammer will mention a few things as you go along to different places. When you pass, they turn after the gate. They turn up, going a little bit. Oh, I should do this. They turn up and start going this way. And when they get around over to here, whoops, when they get around over to here, Barak will point in this direction, and he will tell Galibar and Zandri, for that matter, that this is where the arena is in Chult. So they might.
I'll definitely
be interested.
need to pay that a visit.
Yeah.
Yeah, might as well pick up
Zandri.
another championship belt.
Yeah, Zandri had briefly sort of brightened up a little bit from looking like she's grinding her teeth, and as soon as Galibar says that, she kind of side eyes him.
he side eyes her as well and smirks.
She looks at him and just like cracks her knuckles.
He does the same.
It's amusing that he was recognized and you were not.
Well, he also has.
I look like a gladiator. She wears plate
Yeah. Yeah, he has the distinctive, and he made a mention that when he takes the bear cloak off, he's got those distinctive wraps that
Yep. Yep.
sort
That's
of
literally
Oh yeah, you don't need to explain it. I'm just telling you how she is.
Literally, most of what Galibar always wears is a pair of leather pants, like loose leather pants, like you'd make like out of like I guess just animal hide. He wears a bear cloak, like a bearskin cloak, and the wraps around his stomach. That is literally all he ever wears.
Yeah. Zandri's death glare has transferred itself to Adamant. She's warforged.
as
Of course, he is completely unfazed.
Just because something is happening doesn't mean you need to point it out. You know that, right, Metal Man?
Ooh.
Some people might not realize it, therefore must be told.
I think I had caught on.
Okay,
He
as
ruffles her hair and keeps walking.
Just swatting at his hand.
as you continue up this way, there is just this plume. You're surprised it's not visible because the scent is so heavy. But as you walk up this way towards this really huge, ornate, three spoked building here, the Barak will say, "Oh, this is the Grand Sioux," and he says, "This is one of the largest markets." And then Ekene-Afa corrects him and says, "This is the largest market in all of Port Nyanzaru. Whatever you want to buy here that is for the discerning taste, you can buy timber, spices, medicines made from the jungle plants, skulls and claws of dinosaurs, iron, tiger pelts, carved ivory, the crafts of the grung and the batiri, colored feathers, tropical fruit, monkeys, plesiosaur meat, and all the other riches of Chult. And business goes from sunup to sundown every day. You can lose yourself for hours shopping in that wonderful place."
Is there a magic shop?
I just simultaneously picture Zandri and Galibar looking in there with heart eyes, just like huge heart eye emojis.
Yeah. Galibar is definitely looking in there, but he asked her, "Is there a magic shop in the city?"
Oh, you can find magic. When we get to my villa, you will tell me what you need, and Ekene-Afa will help you find help you discover where to find it. And so you all pass.
Is there a shop for forge material?
And she says, "Oh yes, there are forges, and there are places where the ironworks can be found, and where you can buy raw materials." She says, although it has been some time since we've had very good quality metals coming from the interior of Chult. And when she says that, everybody except for Oyo can give me a perception check.
Ooh, 22.
Okay, it's lagging. Yeah. Yep. Just as I thought. I've never rolled above a 10.
Okay.
You're distracted by the dinosaur skeletons.
Okay. So Thardram and Zandri and Oyo. When she says that it has been some time since they've had quality metals coming from the interior of Chult, the three of you just notice that Barak Klanghammer visibly stiffens, almost like he's heard some sort of unspoken insult in her words, or like he's felt some kind of guilt or something over what she said. And but the rest of you don't notice it. Your perception wasn't high enough to figure that out. And then let's see.
Are you all right there, Barak? Is the heat getting to you?
And he turns, and there's a little. You expect to see a smile on his face, but his face is kind of a stony mask, and he says, "When we conclude our business, I have tasks of my own to complete here in Jolt." And he doesn't say anymore.
Zandri kind of waits until he gets a little bit further ahead, and then she leans over to Galibar. I think he's still mad at me.
I wouldn't think about it too much.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. So you climb up this hill here beyond this market, and you get over to this. You get over to this structure here, and this structure here is a opulent looking building, and it looks larger than a lot of the businesses that you all have passed, and you figure it must be some kind of um, business thing or whatnot. But the sedan bearers just go right through the gates and go up the walk towards the base of the steps. And as they do, there are a couple of other people that open the doors on the main level and are standing there. And clearly they are wearing what looks like servant guard. And then they set the sedan chair down, and Ekene-Afa gets out, and she turns to you and she says, "Welcome, friends, to my humble home. Please take your ease under my roof while you are in Port Nyanzaru." And she leads the way in, and you realize this is in fact her house. And the size of it sort of makes Troll Skull Manor look like a city apartment by comparison. Now it's not quite as tall as Troll Skull Manor, because Troll Skull Manor had 4 levels on it. This has 2 levels, but each of those is rather tall, but it is just massive. From one end to the other, it seems like it must be a good 100 feet. And then it's probably the upper balcony, the balcony on the upper floor is a good 20 feet above the porch. and there's lots of windows that have actual actual glass panes in frames that are open, and you can see the curtains are kind of moving lightly in the breeze. It's very gauzy type of curtains that are there, and then there are heavy shutters that can be closed on top of the or on the outside of the glass windows, but those are all opened out now. And as you walk in to the foyer, I actually have a image for this. We will go over here. Okay. You guys actually walk in from oops. Dadgummit. Oh, no. That's not wrong. Okay. So you guys actually can see.
It's all just black for me.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. You guys can see. Whoops. Here on the as you walk in from the south entrance, and you head into the main foyer. You can see that this is it goes back very deep as well as being very wide. And you can see all the way back to here. There's this feature in the in beyond the main vestibule where there is a pool, and this pool looks like it's a pool of fresh water, and it's about 7 feet wide and 20 feet long, and right above it there's an opening to the sky, and the tile roof has some spouts that come out and hang over the edge of this pool. And it looks for all the world like this is there to collect water that runs off of the tile roof of the house. And that's something that's different. You haven't seen that before in Waterdeep. And so Ekene-Afa, basically says that this is, you should consider this your house while you are here, and that she has set aside guest accommodations for you, several on the main floor and some on the upper floor as well. And so you will have an opportunity to explore that a little bit later in your stay. So now let me see. Where did I put Ekene-Afa? Did I put her here? I think I did. No. Okay, let me go to the right. Yes. Okay. Here we go. I think, yes, that's the one I'm using. here. Okay. Okay. So here's your hostess right here. And she basically, like I said, welcomes you to her house, and bids you all come in and have a seat in her guest room, or her in the sitting area. And the sitting area is over here. And you notice that there's not many chairs around, but what they have for seating is they have large cushions that can easily sit one or comfortably sit two people, or very cozily could sit, like three people if you really wanted to squeeze on there. And then there's this rug area, which it looks like a no, I'm sorry, it's not a rug. It's a low table. It's about 18 inches from the floor that it sits up, and it's got a cloth over it, but it's a very lightweight white cloth. And underneath, you can see that the surface of this table is made of sort of a mosaic of tiles and carvings, and everything in there. And as you walk in, there are several platters of food that are set out on that table for everyone, and for everybody to eat. Let's see, where did we go? Okay, yeah. And so yes, Oyo, you get over there to that pool, and you find it is indeed all fresh water. It is it's got a large splashing fountain and green plants. There's there's actually several people that are dressed in a style that's reminiscent of the gladiatorial arena. And they are standing kind of in the corners of the room. And when you first walk in, they're so still, they almost look like statues. But then you notice that, one of them will adjust their shoulders a little bit. And you realize that these must be kind of like her house guards or whatever. And Zandri and Galibar, you would not be surprised at all to see any of these people fighting in the gladiatorial arena. So it's possible that with her past experience, she actually has some current fighters that either she sponsors or that she trains, and that might be part of her household staff when they aren't fighting. So it looks very much like that from what you see here. So she welcomes everybody in, and she says that she will. She asked if everyone has enough food for the moment. She will send someone to the kitchens if they need her to. Otherwise, she has, of course, been talking with Barack Klanghammer somehow, has been communicating with him, and has has arranged for you all to meet with several of her peers who are other trade princes of the city over the next 3 days. She is going to be throwing banquets, and each one of them will come to the banquet that is being put forth in their honor, and with an opportunity for them to meet you all as the visiting travelers from Waterdeep. And she has chosen these 3 because they have, in the past, mentioned that they knew about the Githyanki in Chult. And as the conversation goes on, you pick up the fact that on a fairly regular basis, and then on emergency basis in between the regular meetings, the 7 trade princes of Port Nyanzaru meet together to talk about the needs of the city or different things going on. And when the Githyanki first showed up, it was one of your guests, in fact, the guest that you all will be meeting tonight, a man named Ifan Talroa, who called an emergency meeting of the trade princes because he was very concerned with the presence of Githyanki and their activity. And he will tell you a little bit more about what he knows of them at the dinner tonight. And then later, there was another meeting called by Jobal, who accused the Githyanki of stealing from him. But by the time he called the meeting to talk about that, there was no sign of the Githyanki anywhere in Port Nyanzaru anymore, and the merchandise that they had taken from him was simply gone. And then she says she has also invited a trade prince named Quaothi, whom Ekene-Afa says may have different insights on the Githyanki, because it seems like her dealings with the Githyanki actually went fairly well. So there's one trade prince who interacted with them and is concerned. There's another one that interacted with them and believes they stole from him, and a third who interacted with them and believes that she basically believes that her interactions went well. So you'll get to see like three different takes on them, and hopefully they will have some information that will help in your search. And she says that those banquets will be held in the evening after sundown, but during the days, you all are more or less free to go throughout the city of Port Nyanzaru, although she would request that you invite one of her house guards to go along with you to serve both as a guide and as a sort of cultural ambassador, so that you don't mistakenly do anything that will be considered a cultural offense to somebody out of ignorance, having never been here before. And also, she says that her house guards are well known and that there are almost no people in Port Nyanzaru who want to cause trouble with one of the trade princes. So basically, having one of these people along is going to keep you from having other people cause trouble with you. So you all can choose whether or not you want to do that, but she's making that offer and making it known that she's willing to supply someone to act as a guide and sort of a deterrent against ne'er-do-wells. And she then asks, as you all start to get settled in, she asks if there's anything in particular that any of you would like to do here in while you're here in Chult or here in Port Nyanzaru.
Well, I'm interested in seeing your craftsman, but he kind of puts an arm on Galibar's shoulders. Says, "This one will be interested in your dinosaurs."
And she smiles, and she looks at Galibar, and she says, "Well, of course, many visitors for the first time in Port Nyanzaru are very interested in learning more about the dinosaurs. Chult is the only known land left on Toril where these creatures exist. They can be marvelous and majestic. They can also be terrifying and dangerous. And what specifically are you interested in, Galibar?"
I am interested in participating in the dinosaur races.
And there's a smile that says, "I knew you were going to say that." That crosses her face, and she sort of looks at you and she says, "Do you think you could handle a dinosaur?"
If I could handle a direwolf, I see why not. But just in case, I asked earlier for if there was a magic shop in town. I do know of a saddle that sometimes soldiers use when they are not quite as agile on a horse that stops them from falling off. Is there a place maybe I could buy one of those here?
Well, we may be able to find such a saddle for you, but you would be, were you to try to use one in a dinosaur race, you would be disqualified.
Oh. Well, I can try my best without it.
The other thing that you will have to do is you will have to gain the approval of the Dinosaur Jockeys Union in order to be able to participate in a sanctioned race.
How do I go about that?
Well, normally you must undergo several months of rigorous training and evaluation and certification in order to gain a license to join the Jockeys Union. And then the jockeys must vote you into the union. And once you are a member of the Dinosaur Jockeys Union, then you may participate in the races. That is how it is usually done. And then she says, but this is Port Nyanzaru. And there are always other ways, usually involving substantial amounts of gold, or sometimes tests of honor.
He's just smiling and says, "Well, I have much gold, and I am always interested in proving my honor."
Well, then we will have to see if we can perhaps get you involved in one of the races tomorrow or the following day. For today, I would recommend that you and any of your friends who are interested may want to go and witness one of the dinosaur races as a spectator and perhaps wager on your favorite dinosaur.
Galibar just has like the biggest freaking smile on his face ever. He is loving this place so freaking much.
And she says, very well. After lunch, I shall have one of my servants take you and any of those that wish to travel with you out to the race course so you can see how the race unfolds for yourself. And then she turns to the rest of you and she says, and what of the rest of you? What would you like to do while you're here in Port Nyanzaru?
So those banquets and the three businessmen,
Uh,
are they three separate banquets on 3 different evenings, or are they all coming to tonight?
and she says, well, there is always a bit of a touchy subject about banquets for the trade princes. You see, if I were to hold a banquet and I were to invite several of the trade princes, but not all of the trade princes, then it would be a stain on my honor because it would seem like I was showing favor to some of my colleagues, whereas I were trying to show disfavor to the rest of my colleagues. So, to make sure that protocols are followed, I must hold 3 separate banquets, and it must be clearly understood that the purpose of these banquets is very specific for my house guests to curry favor with each of the individual trade princes that will be coming to the banquet. This we have already started to take care of. It is the understanding of our house guests that you have a keen interest in the Githyanki. What each of them has been told is particular to their experience with the Githyanki. One of them knows that you are seeking the Githyanki in response to an attack on Waterdeep. Another one suspects that you are seeking the Githyanki because you wish to enter into trade with them. And a third knows that you seek the Githyanki because you want to understand more about their culture. So all three of them have been told something different, which necessitates that they must come to banquets on 3 different nights.
Zandri's frowning and she says, "Is that wise?"
And
Oh.
she looks at you and she shrugs her shoulders and she says, "Who is to say whether it is wisdom or not? But it is the politics of Port Nyanzaru, and
It,
I must follow custom."
it will net different information from each one, Zandri.
And what happens when they start talking among themselves?
Oh, they will each think that the other is hiding secrets, because when they come separately, they may very well fully tell exactly what was discussed, but the others will not believe um, that will not believe them. They will think that you are entering into competing um, agreements or trying to hide information from them, which they fully expect. It is a game of politics that all of the trade princes play. I myself do not have much of a taste for this game, but just as, and she sort of points to Galibar, just as in the arena, we sometimes must make our opponents think we have one strength when in fact we intend to strike with another blow, then sometimes I have to keep my fellow trade princes off balance so that they do not fully know where my entire strengths of my position lie.
Right. Do we have to go to a banquet to meet these people?
If you wish an audience with them, yes. Otherwise, you would have to spend considerable time and resources trying to curry favor with each of them in order for their underlings to take your message directly to them. It is a long and involved process. This way, it keeps you in Port Nyanzaru, yes, for 3 days, but it allows you to move on beyond that.
Is there anywhere you can hold a banquet here and get one of them to hold a banquet there? And we can at least do 2 banquets in one night.
Can
We
you
can
really eat that much food?
He's a
We can
dwarf.
Well, I would have happily gone to 3 banquets of them rather than 1 banquet here and 3 nights. But we can also just split the party.
I'm not entirely sure that that's a good idea.
I
Xandri kind
agree.
of side eyes Galibar, thinking of the tabaxi at the docks.
Oh yeah, watching Galibar is a full-time job for the entire party. Especially if he's drunk.
Oh Lord, save us! Oh sweet Sune, save us!
And you can bet he's going to challenge one of those freaking trade princes to a drinking game.
The as you all are starting to discuss that, Barak Clanghammer. He sort of speaks up. He's kind of been in the corner, being rather quiet. And when you all start discussing the logistics of it, he sort of clears his throat. My friends, we are in Port Nyanzaru. We should understand that our hostess knows more about local custom, and we will learn far more information by following custom and acceding to protocol, no matter how much of a delay it seems. And he looks at Thardram, and he says, I have business of my own, which I need to attend to in Chult, but I have promised Lady Silverhand and the Blackstaff that I would accompany you through the meetings with these 3 trade princes before I pursue my own task here. And he says, and if that means that it takes 3 days or 10 days to accomplish, then I will follow the word that I have given to our friends back in Waterdeep. And then he sort of sits back down and takes his cushion again.
Galibar says, "So when is that dinosaur race? I want to see what it is. I want to see what it looks like."
Okay. Well, the dinosaur race will be about the second hour after lunch. And speaking of lunch, one of the cooks comes in and goes around to each of you and basically finds out what you all want to eat. And when they get to Adamant, they realize that, oh, you have slightly different requirements, and there's a huddle with some of the other house servants, and they
They bring him a bucket of coal.
well, they come up and they basically quiz Adamant on what he needs in terms of whether he needs oil or any kind of mineral nutrients or anything like that, and Adamant can inform them of what he needs, and they will set about the task. They will send some people out into the markets to make sure that they have enough here in the house on hand for your stay, and that then anything that you all brought with you, obviously, Adamant has those ointments or those salves or whatever from
The special oil.
Yeah, the special oils from the Temple of Gond and the Temple of Moradin in Waterdeep. So I don't know, would Adamant mention anything about those in talking to the house servants or not?
He would tell them that he already has oils that he is supposed to give reports on, so he has to stick to those.
Oh, okay. And if you mention something about the Temple of Gond, Ekene-Afa says, "Oh, you are familiar with the Temple of Gond in Waterdeep? Well, you may want to visit the Temple of Gond here in Port Nyanzaru. It is one of the most interesting places in the entire city."
Yes, I
And
will certainly look into that.
Okay. And she says that she can have somebody take you to that temple. She says it's over in the area by the royal docks. Is where you will find that particular temple in the
That's
city.
not surprising.
And
Do you also have a Temple Moradin here?
a temple of Moradin. Let's see. I don't think they do, but I want to be sure. She says no, and she starts to count off on her fingers. In Port Nyanzaru, we have the Temple of Tamora, the Temple of Gond, the Temple of Sune, the Temple of Savras.
Zandri immediately pricks up at that.
I believe we're going temple hopping then.
Yes. Does Zandri say anything when she mentions the Temple of Sune?
No, she's still pretty bitter at this lady, so she's talking to her as little as possible.
Okay.
That Adamant covered it. He said, I guess we're going temple hopping then.
And she says, "Oh, so we have a religious group. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. It's always
Just a
good to
couple of
pay.
us.
It's always good to pay homage to the gods. They provide us the bounties and blessings that we enjoy. So it is right for us to give them their due."
Well, as you can see, I'm a cleric of Moradin, but I have close ties to the Temple of Gond and Waterdeep as well. So I figure I might as well pay a visit down here.
Ah, well, yes. There is some hope, and at this point you all can see that she sort of turns her head in the direction of Barak Klanghammer. And then she turns back to you and she says, "There is some hope that perhaps a temple of Moradin may be established in Port Nyanzaru, but that as yet remains incomplete." And so she will then double check and see if anybody else has any particular interests of what they want to do or need to do while they are here.
Will there be time to check out the market before the races?
She suggests that if you want to get a good spot for the races, you should probably head to the race course after lunch. But then once the races are over, you can stop by the markets on the way back to the
Okay.
house. So yes, that can be done. But let's see. And so did anybody else mention anything to her about what they wanted to do?
So I'm still confused by this banquets thing. So the only option was to have a banquet with all of the merchant people, or
No, that we're having a banquet with one of them at a time on three
why can we
separate
not?
nights.
Why can we not just invite all of them and then talk to the three main people?
Because our hostess has told them each a different story about why we're here, and if we had
I
them all
don't-
together in one room, the jig would be up.
I'm not really sure why that matters, but
As I said, you get different information under each circumstance. Each one has a different
Okay.
interaction with the Githyanki.
fine.
I'm kind of
Oh, yeah.
kind of with you, Thardram, but yeah.
I'm gonna. So these merchant princes, right? So this
Yes.
host person is also a merchant prince, princess, whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
The title
how
the
mu-
title is Merchant Prince. It appears to
Okay.
be agnostic of gender.
Okay. So you as a merchant prince, right? How much of the day-to-day stuff do you actually handle?
We, as merchant princes, we tend to set the policy for the city, and we allow the bureaucrats to handle the day-to-day operation um, of the city. Now, of course, as you may gather from a city like ours ruled by a council of merchant princes, the primary business of the city is commerce. And the three large markets are sort of like three hearts that keep the city beating and keep commerce going. Um, there is, of course, the rule of law, um, and the rule of law is often dictated by the law of gold. Um, and it is not always the most equitable way for things to be done, but it is the way that everything has been done in Port Nyanzaru since the last king passed. We
Okay. I'm not
Go
really
ahead.
sure how this is relevant to the rest of my actual question, apart from the very beginning. So you have bureaucrats and then workers and stuff, who and the Githyanki were buying mining supplies and slaves, as far as we understand. So we could find out information on the Githyanki by talking to lower level people, not the merchant princes, anyway. Or at least some information.
There's also the chance that they might still have spies in the area. So we need to be cautious about who we talk to as well.
I say let them know we're coming for them. They should know already they're due for a little bit of revenge.
And Ekene-Afa, she steeples her fingers and she looks at Thardram and she says, "You are not wrong to suppose that you may find additional information by talking directly to the people. That, in fact, would probably be a very good use of your time while you are here. The benefit of talking to the merchant princes is that, of course, they hear all the information from all of their contacts. So you can get from one source the distilled details of their dealings with the Githyanki. And in the case of these three merchant princes, I understand that that each of them had direct face-to-face dealings with the Githyanki themselves. So you will perhaps be able to get first-hand accounts of what their interactions were like.
I mean, you just kind of need to find out where they were.
As Lady Silverhand and the Black Staff communicated to me, the main purpose of your visit here is to find out where they were, what they were after, and where they were going. And it has been my understanding and opinion that these three merchant princes would be able to give the most complete picture of that information. Now, you may be able to find additional details from talking to people in the streets, and I would encourage all of you, if you are so inclined, to do so.
Your Highness,
Oh,
I must say
please.
that
Please, none of that. You are my guests. Please call me Ekene-Afa.
my point exactly. We are a guest, and we should enjoy our hospitality when it is offered to us. I apologize. I think the heat has made my friends a little anxious and irritable, but perhaps we should show a little bit of gratitude and patience, no?
This is true. It's always important to be grateful. And I would like to emphasize we are. We appreciate the effort that you've put in, and we appreciate the effort that you will be putting in if what we've heard is true.
And she nods to you and she says, "It is the least I can do for my friends in Waterdeep in their hour of need. I have been told the damage was devastating. Is it as bad as they say?"
Probably worse.
Devastating seems lackluster. Catastrophic might be better, but we don't aim to let it
Dear.
defeat us.
Oh, certainly not. Waterdeep is not the kind of city that would take an attack like this lying down. And in fact, I would worry for the entire Sword Coast if there were not a response from Waterdeep. I am glad to see that they have so quickly found a group of heroes who can help them in seeking out the Githyanki. For my part, I have always heard tales about the Githyanki that make me extremely nervous and distrustful of those folk. And I believe they may be a danger to more than just Waterdeep if nothing is done to curb their incursion there, or answer it with a very strong rebuke.
Curb is one word for it. And Zandri kind of cracks her knuckles.
And Ekene-Afa smiles at you and she says, "Zandri, you have a great aura about you of prowess with your weapons. Have you ever considered the arena?"
Adamant just Adamant just goes completely still.
Galibar laughs.
There is a competing desire within Zandri to both scream and fly into a rage and flip the table, and she just basically kind of to maintain her dignity and be a polite guest, she just kind of just freezes up and goes stiff, and her eyes glaze over with effort of not throwing a tantrum.
Adamant leans over and whispers in her ear, "Zandri, what do you say that this about this being a perfect time to go to the Temple of Sune?"
Galibar.
He picks her up and heads for the door.
And she doesn't even resist. She's just there with the same wide-eyed, glazed expression. One of her eyes twitching.
No, Galibar, after Zandri has gone, will turn to Ekene and say, "The funny thing is, before I showed up into that gladiator arena in Waterdeep, she was the champion."
And Ekene-Afa, she kind of gasps, and she says, "Oh, please tell your friend I meant no offense. And in fact, that one such as I, who have been in the arena, could not recognize her by her regalia, is a testament to her ability to fully embrace the next chapter of her life."
Oh my god, it's too late for this.
Yeah.
I think you broke her.
Yeah, Adamant will round up one of those house guards and ask him Could you please show us the Temple of Sune? I think my friend needs to be fixed.
Yeah,
yeah.
Galibar would say, "I'm sure it's gonna. I'm sure it'll be fine. She's just still a little sore how she lost to me."
From outside, there's just a muffled.
And Ekene-Afa says, "Well, perhaps we can." And she looks at Galibar, and she says, "Perhaps we can arrange for her to have an opportunity to take out some of her frustrations."
That would be good.
While she is here, and she has this kind of like little smile on her face that tells you that she's sort of up to something, even if you don't know quite what it is that she's up to yet.
That sounds quite well. Although I don't recommend setting up a fight between me and her again. I would feel bad about having to whoop her butt out in a fight once more. She's still sore from the last time.
And
I think it's a good thing Adamant carried her out, because if she's
that's the only reason he's still saying these things.
If Adamant hadn't brought her out, she would have just tackled him there and then, and there'd be a wrestling match going on.
Oh, he would win that.
I know, but it doesn't matter.
He would have you pinned so freaking quickly because you're in plate mail. Or whatever armor you're in, and I have an advantage on that crap.
And Ekene-Afa, she kind of looks at Galibar, and she says, "I can tell that you are still a current champion because you still carry yourself like a champion. You have not yet gained the wisdom that comes with age and reflection upon your time in the arena." And she sort of very pointedly displays her championship tattoos once again. Just not being really obvious about it, but being very intentional to be sure that everybody can see them. So,
Galibar says, "Well, I was there for 5 years. I can't say that's. I can't. I don't know how long you were in the arena, so I can't really compare. But
and she says, there was a time when I went several years without losing a single match, and I was the toast of all of Port Nyanzaru. But I knew that Father Time eventually catches up with all of us, and before it could catch up with me, I set things in motion to start my life as a businesswoman. My husband and trainer has a very strong head for business as well, and we were able to turn our earnings from the arena into a very nice nest egg that helped us corner the market, if you will, in our speciality when I finally retired. I was one of the lucky ones who was able to step away from the arena on my own terms before I was driven out of the arena or carried out on a stretcher, as I have seen so many fighters happen to them in the past. That is truly sad, when you see someone who does not recognize their own limitations, and they have to be humiliated in order to be taught that they are not invincible.
Is this a subtle slap in the face to Galibar? I don't know how to read this.
If anything, it applies more to Zandri.
Well, Zandri retired from the arena.
Yeah. But she still thought she would beat Galibar.
So they now Adamant and Zandri, you guys head off with one of the servants to the Temple of Sune.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That
We'll catch
as soon as that loud scream echoes, Zandri kind of wakes up and asks politely to be put down.
He
Okay.
sets her down on her
Okay.
feet. Says,
One of
What do
the house servants will head off that way, and we will catch up to you guys in a little bit. Meanwhile, they bring food for the rest of the guests to the sitting room, or actually, they call you to the main dining room, and let me just double check where that is. Dun, 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 dun. Dining room. Yes, okay. So the dining room is in the back of the house. So Ekene-Afa, the servants come and tell her that dinner is ready. And so, oh goodness, that is not working for me today. Okay. So she will move on towards the back of the house, and then they open up the formal dining room back here beyond these double doors. And it actually looks out over a garden area. But there are chairs here, and these seats will hold two people very comfortably, two people each very comfortably in these seats. And there's a large dining table, and they arrange the dishes so that as they bring them out, they set them closer to the people as you all have requested. So for Galibar, they put more of the fruit and vegetable dishes out in front of him.
He's not a vegetarian, but he would probably ask for some fish and some fruit. But yeah.
Okay. And then for the others, they will bring things out as they have requested. And so there's plenty of ale, there's wine, there's water, there is some more of that sweet, kind of clear, light alcoholic beverage. And she tells you that is actually a form of Chilton mead that is made from honey that is derived from apple blossoms, of all things. So it's a very light honey, not a really rich, sweet honey like some honeys are.
Galibar will happily drink some.
Okay. And then she tells you a little bit about the different markets in Port Nyanzaru. Of course, you all passed by. You all passed by the Grand Souk, but she also mentions that there is the Jewel Market, which they buy and sell rich supplies of jewels that are dug out of the mines that litter Chult's interior. There's also many luxury items that are there, and your best chance of finding magic items is in the jewel market. They have more magic items there than other places. This simply because there's better security there for high-priced items. And then there is the Red Bazaar. And the Red Bazaar is kind of like where everybody finds their daily stuff. The Red Bazaar sells, you find a lot of butchers there and a lot of produce, so vegetables and fruits and everything. There's tropical clothing, insect repellent, rain catchers, and other household goods. And then there is the fish market that is not far away. Let's see, where is that actually? The fish market is not too terribly far away from the arena. It's over near the docks there, and the as you might expect. But it's actually not right on the docks, which is also a little odd. But then again, they do things their own way here. Then, of course, there's the Colosseum, and there's a temple. Oh, yes, there's another temple she forgot to mention is the Temple of Joaquin. They call it the Hall of Gold because it has a great golden roof. Then there's the public bathhouse. There's the dye works. And then there are several other assorted places that you can find as you wander around. But she tells you a little bit about the race course. And she says the race course is generally outside the southeast gate of the city, beyond the Tariki Anchorage neighborhood. There are some large pens out on the east of the Tariki Anchorage where they have the dinosaurs that are beasts of burden. And then also behind that area, there are stables for the racing dinosaurs. And the racing dinosaurs are usually exercised out beyond the Tariki Anchorage. And then the main race of the day actually happens in the area outside of the Colosseum. There's sort of a track that is outside that Colosseum, and the dinosaurs will race a race that's usually 10 laps around that course. And she kind of gets this little gleam in her eye that says that she thinks that Galibar might be a little bit surprised about how the races unfold. And she says spectators often stand on the walls surrounding the race course, or you can sometimes stand on the top of the wall of the arena. And most of the betting takes place inside the arena. And then the spectators who have money wagered will run up to the top steps of the arena and look out over the walls to see the dinosaurs racing outside the arena. And then there's always a victory celebration in the center of the arena at the end of the races. And so she says you can go and take a look at the dinosaurs in their pens if you have time before the race, and you can otherwise talk to the basically the tipsters at the track to see who the favorites of the dinosaurs are. There's a sports book that they have in the arena, and they will tell you the favorites and the odds for each of the dinosaurs that's racing. And they allow you to, when you place a bet, you get a colored feather, and the colored feather matches the silks of the particular dinosaur in the race. So, like if you get a blue feather, then you're essentially putting money down on the dinosaur wearing the blue silks. And then at the end of the race, you bring your feather and you bring your betting card back that tells how much you wagered, and you collect your winnings if your dinosaur won. And so there's often there's like 8 or 10 different dinosaurs in each race. And she says that the more dinosaurs there are in the race, the more entertaining they can be, because that will oftentimes lead to more fights between the dinosaurs as they're racing. And that's always a crowd pleaser when the dinosaurs start fighting each other while they're racing. That makes things very exciting for the spectators. And so, and of course, that's also something that makes the dinosaurs harder to control when they start fighting each other.
Remember to pick an armored one.
Well, of course, you also want one that's very fast. And so sometimes the ones that are armored are, if the race gets bogged down with a lot of fighting, and if the jockey can keep an armored dinosaur on task, then that one can, yes, sometimes get 2 or 3 laps on the rest of them while they all stop and fight each other. And then they wind up winning that way. In other cases, it's just a sheer contest of speed. And you can often tell what kind of race it's going to be by how many dinosaurs are entered in each one. So you have to get there and figure out how many are racing on that day and what types of dinosaurs they are. So that is going to take us to your dinner. So you all have your lunch, and I think we'll go ahead and have our break in the game right now. And then when we get back from the break, we will take a look at what's going on both at the Temple of Sune and what's going on with the dinosaur races. And if there's any other people that want to be doing things, we can jump around to those things as well. So I have 18 after. let's go ahead and be back at 4:30 my time, or 30 minutes after the
Okey-dokey.
hour, wherever you are. And
Okay,
we will
halfway
pick up
through.
from there. Yep. Okay.
Are we back?
All right.
I be here.
We are back. Okay. The lunch, for those of you who enjoy the lunch, goes extremely well. And for those of you that did not enjoy the lunch, namely Adamant and Zandri, you all go back outside to out into the streets of Port Nyanzaru. And we're going to change the perspective on this, bring it up a little bit. Yeah, okay. And so from the house here, you are then led to the.
Zandri doesn't want to go to the temple in this state. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to say that because we hadn't played it out.
Okay. So, all right. So Adamant starts taking you out of the house, and you go. What do
Yeah.
you do?
Yeah, no, put me down. I'm fine now.
You sure? I think
me
it might
down.
be just what you need. Well, you already put her
I know.
down.
Yeah. And she looks at the household guard. Where can I go to beat somebody up?
Have to go start the bar fight.
And he says, "Pardon, my lady. Beat someone up."
And she's
Not necessarily someone who is unwilling, but somebody that I can pound into the floor without getting arrested.
Oh, well, that would probably be the arena. There are open matches throughout the day, every day, that are free for anyone to enter for a nominal fee of gold. Now,
There. I want to go there.
I'll go with you.
and he sort of looks at. I mean, clearly, you exhibit and have the stance of someone who is a warrior. But right now, unless I miss my guess, Zandri's still clad in her
Plate
heavy
armor. Yep.
Okay. He kind of looks at you a little askance, and clearly you're an important guest, and so he feels bad about trying to um, say anything, and he's kind of conflicted because of course this is a guy, you notice, this is a guy that looks like he probably has fought in the arena himself.
I mean,
And
unless you'd like to fight me, I just need to beat somebody up.
I mean,
and she gives him a very, very sweet smile and kind of bats her eyelashes. But the smile, if you really look at it, is more like baring her teeth with lockjaw.
I would be glad to fight with you, Zandri.
And he looks and he says, "Oh, my lady, it would the trade prince, regardless of the outcome, the trade prince would be most upset with me if I raised a weapon against a guest of hers. I will gladly take you to the arena, although they will probably not want you to fight in armor. That typically is not how arena fights are conducted."
Is that not done here? Fine. Where do I change? Wait, and then she kind of registers what Adamant said and blinks and turns around and looks at him. Really?
Yes.
Well then, is there a side yard where we can do this?
Well, yes, of course. Follow me, and he will lead you all back into the house. Okay, and up into, yeah, you have to go all the way back towards the dining room, then go over this way, then come down here, and then he. Wait a minute. I just want to make sure that's not going to be a. Ah, yes. Then he actually takes you into one of the guest rooms, which you all have. One of the suites that you all have is here on the ground floor. This is like a big sitting room for the guests. And then there is this whole walled garden out here. And there are some shrubs and a nice big fountain and another smaller fountain, and then a kind of a big yard area over here. Over here where you all can, that's all wide open, where you can enjoy any kind of competition. Adamant, are you willing to take on Zandri in
Oh,
the
yes.
state that she's in? Okay.
Adam is starting to enjoy combat a little too much in his own way.
Okay. So I'll just bring him over here.
What kind of rules would you like to establish, Zandri?
I don't care. Non-lethal damage. That's she finally remembers herself and says that. But she really looks really tense.
Well, I was only going to use my fist, so.
Use whatever you want. And she pulls her long sword out. Just don't kill me and I won't kill you.
He just kind of looks at her funny. I don't think you could kill me.
I don't care to try. Are we doing this?
Yes. To make matters even more difficult on her, he is going to cast Shield of Faith on himself.
Oh my goodness.
Good luck hitting him. You're about to feel Galibar's pain.
She doesn't care about beating him. She just needs to beat on something, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So Shield of Faith is going to give him a 25 armor class.
Yeesh.
Oh my god. Okay, and then are we doing to a number of hits, or are we doing until somebody knocks somebody out, or what are we doing?
Well, she's going to be out damaging me, so it's up to her.
Yeah, what Zandri is right now, this is out of character, but Zandri is frustrated and Zandri has been pent up on a ship for like a week. She hasn't gotten to go jogging and she's been trying to do a lot of stuff that's really difficult for her, and she's been trying to put a lot of these disciplines into practice in her everyday life that just
so it's
are
not going to be a
struggling
number
for
of
her.
hits
So
then.
it's just frustration. She needs to wham on
the
something.
full meal deal is what she needs.
She really just has to beat on something until she is absolutely exhausted and just get it out.
Right.
So
and
Zandri
is going to pull out his mace and wrap it up.
Zandri would prefer to fight until one or the other of them is knocked unconscious, basically.
Not necessarily even just unconscious, just until she gets the poison out, so to speak.
Which would be okay, I guess.
Let's say unconscious then. Yeah, sure. Just for simplicity's sake, for mechanics, yeah.
Or I will allow Zandri to reserve the right that either when she feels like she's hit Adamant enough or when she's been hit enough, she can call a draw, and that goes the same. Well, Adamant can try to do that, and I guess it'll be up to Zandri whether she observes that or not. But she's not.
As a cleric of Moradin, he knows he has a good idea of what she needs to do. So
okay.
Zandri's
not
pretty
going to stop it until she's ready to stop it.
Yeah, Zandri's pretty confident that this guy can take it. She knows that Adamant's tough. That's she was surprised and pleased that he offered. So
okay, well then in that case, let me go ahead and make sure. Oh, okay, so Zandri has already rolled initiative, it looks like.
Yep.
So Adamant, you can go ahead and roll initiative. 7. And we established that 7, what, 11? Or is it 7
Yeah,
14?
it's I have an 11 dex. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Zandri, you are up. You can go
Yeah,
ahead and take a
Zandri
whack
looks at Adamant wrapping his sword and his mace, and she's wrapping hers. She waits until she's absolutely sure that he's done, and she just says, "Are you ready?"
Clanks his mace against his shield.
Doesn't even wait until after the clang. She just charges straight at him. That's a 17, and then she's going to go ahead and use her not action surge, use her extra attack, and just hit him again. So just wham, wham, and then she's going to action surge and burn another one, and burn another one. So just 4 hits inside of like 3 seconds, just going at him.
And the shield is there every
bang,
time.
bang, 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 bang.
The shield is there every time. Clang, 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 clang.
Okay, Adamant, you're up.
Adamant is going to take his 1 attack.
$19.
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure that misses.
Nope. Yep. She just ducks straight under it.
Okay. I'm going to let this go 3 rounds, and then I'm going to go do something else, and then we'll come back to this. So go ahead, take round 2.
How about I do a Constitution save every round, because she is in heavy armor and doing some pretty strenuous stuff.
Okay, we'll do that. Make a Constitution save, and this is an easy one to begin with. It's a 10.
That's an 11.
Yep. All right.
So another 2 attacks then. That's a 26. Ooh, so
that's
she
a
actually
hit.
got a hit. Yeah. So as soon as she ducks under it, she just goes wham and just baps him right in the face. And then she promptly proceeds to just miss and hit the shield again.
Okay, and
How
what's
much damage?
the damage for?
Oh, damage? Oh, sure.
Just normal damage,
7, yeah.
but it's subdual. 7 subdual. Okay. All right, and then Adamant, you're up.
He is going to.
Kid in the background copying you.
Pete feels bad for this, but Adamant knows she needs some catharsis.
Don't feel bad. Just seriously, just hit her. Yeah. What's this? Searing smite.
Okay. Remember we've said that spell damage can't be subdual.
Yeah, he's not going to do enough to take her down in this shot. So
right. That says a Constitution save. Do I need to make another one?
No, I don't know why it says a Constitution save. Let me throw it up here. I think it's to see if you get. No, I'm not trying to cast it again. Display. It doesn't hit anyway.
Oh, okay. All right. Weird.
Yeah. She
well,
just
never
like
mind
just
then. Okay.
ducks straight out away from it.
So this is the end of round 2. So go ahead and make a normal Constitution save. Okay. This time it was DC 12. That's fine. DC is going to go up by 2 every round.
Makes
All
sense.
Right. So now round 3.
That's another hit.
Yep. So clang, and then just bam, and I guess she just hits his sword arm so hard that she actually does some damage.
How much damage?
11.
Ow.
Okay, and Adamant.
I just like to picture as they're having this lovely conversation in the rest of the house, they just hear they just clang, 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 clang.
And then Adam is going to not do Searing Smite again. Because he's not concentrating on it. It was just like boom, done.
Okay.
Makes sense.
He is just going to swing at her with his mace.
That is a miss.
Oh.
AC
okay.
21.
All right. So now normal. This time it'll be a con 14 save.
Oh, that's a fail.
Okay.
All right, so
She's whacked on him a couple of times, and so now you feel some of that energy leach out of you. Does that feel better? Does Xandri
yeah,
feel better
Xandri
now?
just is like breathing really, really hard as soon as she like takes that hit and she goes to like lift her sword to bash at him again and just it's a much, much slower swing and she's just
Okay. You
I
go
needed that.
inside. Yeah, you go inside, take a bath, drink some water.
I
I'm
think
gonna
I
go to
will.
the Temple of Gond.
Okay. All right.
And she just kind of like reaches up and grips shoulder and thank you.
My pleasure.
I feel better.
All right. So Xandri heads back inside.
She kind of straightens herself up, stands up straight, cracks her shoulders, clears her throat, looks at the house guard. May I please have some water?
Oh, certainly. And
And then she's gonna go
then
pass out.
and the guards that clearly are arena fighters, they compliment Xandri on her form. They say she has excellent form with her weapons, and um, they say that they would be thrilled to spar with her using some of their practice weapons any morning while she is here. So they will offer that because they clearly realize she doesn't just look like a fighter; she really is a good fighter, and they're very impressed with how difficult it was for her to hit Adamant because they recognize, it's kind of like game recognizes game. They know how skilled Xandri is from watching her, and they realize that even for someone very skilled, it's very tough to hit Adamant. So they think they're really impressed with Adamant's armor and armament.
Yeah, he's pretty tough.
All right, so Galibar. And who all is going with Galibar to take a look at the dinosaurs and see about these dinosaur races?
Would it be fair to say that that's long enough later that Xandri will have had time to recover?
You can probably catch up to them at the dinosaur races, but they're probably going to leave right after the
Right
lunch.
after lunch. Yeah.
So
Okay. We'll
you
do
would
that.
still be relaxing and cleaning up and everything, and then deciding what to wear going out into the city, whether you're going to wear your heavy armor or whether you're going to wear something lighter to go
Yep.
walking about in the city. All right. So let's go over to the dinosaur races. Now there's dinosaur races. They have silks that are on them, and the silks have bright designs, and the riders steer them through a course that is around the arena, and it's a spectator, a high participation spectator sport, and a lot of the spectators also bet on the dinosaurs. And there's 3 different races that happen during the afternoon. There is a race for 4-legged dinosaurs. There's a race for 2-legged dinosaurs, And then there is a no holds barred unchained race. And the dinosaurs used in the races are often juveniles, since fully grown versions can be too large and difficult for riders to manage. And the dinosaurs that are in the races always are muzzled and have, for the 2 and 4-legged race, the claws and horns are blunted, but in the no holds barred race, the claws and horns are not blunted. And as you get to the as you get over to the pens, you can see that there are several of the racing dinosaurs that you find. There's a young Allosaurus, and this one is called Bone Cruncher. And Bone Cruncher is, you guys can just tell by looking at him that he's he just kind of woke up on the wrong side of the bed, it looks like. He snaps at his handlers, and he's young, and these handlers wear like steel gauntlets on their forearms and a breastplate on their chests while they are working with him in their pen, and he will sometimes just turn and chomp down on one of their arms. And it's pretty clear, even though he's a juvenile, that if they did not have that armor on their arms, he'd probably bite right through their arm bones. He's a bit of a handful. He seems to be one of the favorites, and he's actually been given 2-to-1 odds to win his particular race. And then there's Deinonychus, and the Deinonychus is called Jungle Princess.
Deinonychus,
sorry. Deinonychus is called Jungle Princess. And she's not necessarily a favorite. In fact, she's given only 1 to 5 odds in order to win. There is a Dimetrodon, and the Dimetrodon is named Mountain Thunder. And unlike the others, this particular dinosaur looks a little bit slower, and you can see that he's got some scars on him. And when he turns his head, you can actually see that he's got a cataract on one eye. And you find out that
Ouch.
he's actually an older dinosaur, and he's given only 1 to 7 odds. Now, of course, that means that he's going to have the biggest payout. So if you bet 1 gold on him, you will win 7 gold back in return. But that's because his odds of winning are very unlikely. Then there is a Hadrosaurus. And the Hadrosaurus is called Banana Candy. And the Hadrosaurus has 3-to-1 odds of winning. And you can tell it is an extremely well-trained dinosaur. It follows its jockeys and trainers' movements very sharply, and it you know, when the trainers give it a signal, it sort of crouches like it's ready to race, and then when they offer it food, it just sort of very happily comes and grabs its food, and it just seems to be very well tempered dinosaur. Then there is a young Triceratops, um, which it's just beginning to have its nose horn grow in, and the horn has a rounded uh, shoe or cap that is fit on the top of it, and it looks like it's that cap looks like it's made of gold. And you find out that this one is called Ubtau's favorite, and this particular Triceratops has won 3 of the 4-legged races in a row, and this one has never been entered into the free for all race, and its owners are reluctant to do that, and it has 5-1 odds of winning, which makes it the second most popular dinosaur to bet on. And the absolute number one dinosaur to bet on is a young Tyrannosaurus uh, who goes by the name of Big Honker. And Big Honker is a crowd pleasing young dinosaur. It has 7-1 odds of winning. And this dinosaur is entered in both the 2-legged race and in the Unchained race. For the 2-legged race, it actually has what looks like big, heavy, oversized leather gauntlets that are fitted over its forearms, and it has leather boots, if you will, that are put over its claws on its feet that it runs on. And then for the unlimited or the unchained race, those are removed. And this dinosaur is a favorite because in the past 10-day, it has won all of the Unchained races. And during the Unchained races, it has also managed to kill 3 spectators, which, of course, most of the people betting on the race find great sport when a dinosaur actually kills a spectator. And last month, it actually killed its former jockey, which again was something that they find great entertainment um, in the race. So
Does this dinosaur have a current one?
oh yes, this dinosaur has a jockey, and the jockey is a very cocky tabaxi.
Does he look like he respects this creature?
Give me an insight check.
Okay, something Galibar is not that great at. 12.
12. So you're talking to this jockey, and he gives you the opinion that he has a very healthy respect for the power and the danger of this animal, but you also kind of get the opinion that this is the kind of person that that's not afraid to cut a few corners when he thinks it might benefit him. So you can't quite exactly get a read on what it is that he would do, but there's something a little shady about him that you pick up in your conversation with him. He says all the right things, but you can detect a bit of an undercurrent there with your 12.
Galibar looks up to the T-Rex, and can I get? I'm guessing they're in like pens or something like that where I can't get close.
Yeah, they're in pens. There's kind of each dinosaur has its own pen, and it's maybe 30 to 50 feet square, and they usually will work with the dinosaurs towards the back of the pens, and the spectators are allowed up to the fence at the front of the pens. So normally about the closest that you get as they work the dinosaurs in the pens is you maybe get 20 or 30 feet away from the dinosaur at the closest.
No, since I'm used to like wolves and stuff like that and beasts, specifically the types of predators. How does this dinosaur look like it feels about its jockey? Does it look hungry by any chance?
This give me a perception check. And I'm going to give you advantage because of your of the fact that you work with animals, and you kind of you haven't worked with dinosaurs before, but you kind of know what to look for.
I know how the eyes look of a predator that's hungry.
Yeah. This dinosaur looks like, it doesn't look like it's starved, but it looks very lean. And you can gather that probably food is used as both a motivator and a reward for this creature, and that based on the stories you've heard, it might be that this thing has killed people in the past just because it was hungry. And it's a big creature. It's a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, but that still means it stands like 15 feet at the head, from its feet to the top of its head. So it's a pretty big critter. And if this thing jumped, it could easily, reach the top of a 20 or 25 foot wall. And if somebody like a spectator were doing something dumb and, like hanging a piece of meat or something like that off of the wall, this thing might very well just jump up, hit it, and then even if it's muzzle, just try to grab it. And as big as it is, it could easily kill a commoner just by ramming into it with its head. Didn't even have to bite it.
Okay, I'll turn to this tabaxi and say, good luck and be careful. And then he'll walk away to are there any dinosaurs that don't have like a jockey?
Any dinosaurs that don't have a jockey?
Yeah, for if I were to sign up for the races at like the next day or whatever that they were talking about?
Oh no! At this point in time, all the dinosaurs have jockeys.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point.
Okay. Were I can't remember all the first were any of these dinosaurs an Allosaurus?
In fact, yes.
The first one you mentioned there, Bone Crusher.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Bone Crusher is
Allosaur.
yeah, Allosaurus.
Yeah, that's the one that I probably would look at the most.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. Well, if they notice you over there looking at the Allosaurus, there are a group of people from the sports book that are always around taking bets, and they will walk up to you and they will say, "Oh, I see you have an eye for old Bone Cruncher here. Would you like to place a wager on him for today's race?"
which races was he going to be in again?
Allosaurus, I gotta double check. I think it's a two-legged race.
Yeah, it is. It's the two-legged carnivore between that has like it's the between the Deinonychus and the T-Rex. It's
Yeah. Okay.
it has like horn-like things on its head. It's
Okay. So, he says, well, he'll be in the two-legged race today, and he's being groomed for the Unchained race, but it'll probably be another month or so before they feel like he's really ready to fend off Big Hunker and some of the other dinosaurs in the Unchained race.
okay. Can I how healthy does this dinosaur look? Like how strong?
As you look at him, he looks pretty strong. He has one scar that appears to be along the right thigh, but it's an old scar, looks fully healed, and he looks very fast. Um, it's kind of like you would compare his scar to like maybe one that you would have gotten in the arena. So something that at the time maybe superficially looked kind of bad, but really wasn't that much of a wasn't that hard of a hit.
Okay, I will. Okay, what were his odds? Did they have his odds listed?
Yes, he has 2-to-1 odds.
Okay. I will bet 200 gold pieces on him.
200 gold. Oh, well, when you offer to bet 200 gold, suddenly there is a murmur through the crowd. And you have a bunch of people coming up to you, mainly like drunk Chultans that are coming up to you, and they say, "Hey, Sonny, what do you know about that dinosaur? Why is he going to win? What'd you see? What'd you see?" And clearly, a lot of these are people that think that you must have some kind of inside information that would get you to bet on the dinosaur.
I have a deep respect for beasts, and out of all of the ones in this area, besides that big one over there, this one seems like a winner to me. So, do I hand the 200 gold over now?
They will someone from the sports book, because you're looking to place a large wager, uh, someone from the sports book will actually snap their fingers, and two additional armed uh, armed people who are in the livery of the sports book will offer to escort you to the arena so that you can place your bet directly with the sports book, and that will also get you a VIP seat at the top of the arena, which they say is the best perch where you can sit to watch the races. And they say that it also comes with complimentary wine and hors d'oeuvres, basically.
I love being able to bet big.
So,
Having
so
money
they-
in D&D is nice.
yeah, so you become like this instant sort of VIP, and as you go through all these people, they're kind of pointing at you, and they're pointing over at the dinosaur, and by the you go to the wager desk at the sports book, and you place your bet, and these people are very um, it's surprising to you how genteel they seem, and they treat you almost like you're a minor noble. They're very, very kind and very respectful to you, and they offer. You can see that there are two people who have been picked out that will be one. You can choose one of them to be your personal attendant for the race, and one of them is a very striking looking and rather scantily clad young Chalton uh, female, and the other is an equally striking looking and equally scantily clad young Chalton male. And so basically, you're offered one or the other of these to basically be your attendant up in the box to um, make sure that you have the refreshments, to point out some of the finer details of the race. The implication, perhaps they will even feed you if you want them to. So they're clearly they are schmoozing you, and giving you the notion that if you want to spend more money um, on this person, then additional things can be negotiated. After the races are concluded. So you can choose whether you want to have the young gentleman or the young lady accompany you to the box, or if you don't even want one of them to go with you.
Bling! He's really, 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 really getting treated here. Dang.
Yeah, I'm rich. um, he'll accept the female to go with him.
Okay. All right. And let's see. Another thing I need to do here is I need to pull up my list here. Okay. And then she will tell you that her name is Isi. ISI. And she has a very smoky voice, and she will when you get ready to go, she will take your hand, and her hand is very warm, and she will, when she talks to you, she will often touch your forearm or she'll touch your shoulder and sort of lean in and press a little close to you. And she just makes it clear that she's very available. Um, you know, for the rest of the day, if that's what floats your boat. And so she takes you up to the top of the arena, and you can see that at the top of the gladiatorial arena, they have these little boxes set up, and the boxes are kind of ingeniously designed because they have sturdy sides, but the sides are movable so that when there's an event happening in the arena itself, you can take the what essentially is the back of the box and put it on the outside edge of the arena. But when there's something happening in the race course outside the arena, you can essentially flip that around so that the back of the box is facing the inside of the arena. And that's how it's configured today, because then you're looking down at the street below, and your vantage point is a good 60 feet up. At the top of this wall. And then the wall on the other side is significantly shorter, where all of the common spectators stand. That wall is about 10 feet or 20 feet high. And they stand, and there's just like a little low waist high parapet that the common spectators have, and a lot of them you can see are kind of leaning over looking at the road. And a lot of them have like banners or flags of different colors, and some of them have uh, what look like slabs of meat that they have with them, and you kind of are wondering what that's all about. And they make the announcement of the two-legged race, and we will see how your dinosaur does. So you are betting on Bone Cruncher. So there's a 10 lap race, and we're going to every there's 8 dinosaurs in this race, and of course they're all muzzled, and they all have they either have clipped uh, nails, or they have sheaths over their nails, and you can tell that that Bone Cruncher has sheaths over his nails, because eventually they're thinking about entering him into the Unchained race. And so every 2 laps, we're going to do a check to see where he is in the race and to see how he's doing. And so the they don't have a gun per se, but they do have a gong that they strike to start the race. And the race gets underway right underneath where you are is the start finish line. And you can tell that Bone Cruncher, he's kind of eager to get going or whatnot. And they do the um they do the they sound the gong to start the race. And at the end of the first lap, you can see, or at the end of the second lap, I should say, you can see that he's in 3rd place in the race. Now, the Tyrannosaurus has pulled ahead, and there's actually 2 T-Rexes in this race. There's the big honker that you talked about, or that you were told about, there's also another one that they call Scarback. And Scarback is not necessarily one of the favorites in this race, but it clearly is showing some scars, and the people around you, you can hear people saying that Scarback is on its last two-legged race, and starting later today, it will only be entered in the Unchained races for the rest of its career. Because, and it clearly shows signs that it's been in a few battles probably with other dinosaurs. Hence the name Scarback. So your guy is in third place at the end of 2 laps. At the end of 4 laps, your dinosaur has fallen back a little bit to 5th place, but Isi, your consort for the day, if you will, and several of the other people who bet on the dinosaurs on a regular basis, they say that Bone Cruncher's jockey generally likes to hold a little bit of energy in reserve, so he will not push his mount as far or as hard or as fast in the first half of the race. He will wait for some of the other dinosaurs that take the lead to tire themselves out a little bit, and then he will start to gradually push his dinosaur forward. So the the 6th lap goes by, and on the 6th lap, you can tell that several of the dinosaurs, including yours, have started to pull away from the rest of the pack. And so there's now a lead pack that Bone Cruncher and Big Honker are in. And then there's another pack that has 4 of the other dinosaurs, and those guys clearly are flagging and fading. And so your dinosaur is now in 4th place, and is holding steady. And then we come to the 8th lap of the race. And in the 8th lap of the race, your dinosaur, Bone Cruncher, has now moved into 2nd. And it's only going to be, looks like it's only going to be between Big Honker and Bone Cruncher to see who is going to wind up winning this race. And then we go to the 9th lap. And on the 9th lap, Bone Cruncher has actually taken a lead by about a neck. So he's a little bit ahead by a neck, and the dinosaurs pass by you to start the final lap, and then they go to the edge of the arena, and they go around the arena, and of course they disappear from view. And as soon as they disappear from view, you can hear off that way, which is off to your left, and then sort of along behind, you hear the crowd roar. There's an eruption of noise. Something has happened in the race. And there are gasps, and there are cries, and there are cheers, and something is going on, and you are not going to be able to see what it is until the dinosaurs come around for the final time. And as they come around the final turn, heading for the finish line, you see that your dinosaur is actually in the lead. The Bone Cruncher is coming in the lead, but along Bone Cruncher's right flank, there are two large claw marks that were not there on the last lap. And Bone Cruncher is bleeding from those claw marks. And coming right along behind Bone Cruncher is Big Honker, the Tyrannosaurus with the Tabaxi rider. And it's clear to you that two of Big Honker's claws are bloodied, and also those leather coverings that were supposed to be on his claws are gone at this time. And the Tabaxi jockey has his riding crop out, and he is just whipping his dinosaur, whipping Big Honker as hard as he can, and just looks like he has a face of rage on as he does. And Bone Cruncher runs across the line and is declared the winner of the race. And there's a big to do and everything, and you start hearing all of these people talking about, and some people are saying, oh well, they're probably going to disqualify Big Honker because his claws are supposed to be sheathed, but it looks like he raked Bone Cruncher there in that final lap, and that's probably what caused the big commotion. And AC leans over to you, and she says into your ear, she says, "It is fortunate that Bone Cruncher managed to prevail in the race. For even though, strictly by the rules, Big Honker raking the flanks of another dinosaur would be illegal, he is such a crowd favorite that had he won, he would probably still be declared the winner to avoid a riot by the spectators." And so everybody around you, they obviously know you were the big better on Bone Cruncher, and they all cheer for you and everything. And now, of course, he was a favorite, so your 100 gold piece wager.
200.
Actually, it gets you.
I wagered
50.
200.
Oh, you wagered 200. You wagered 200. So your 200 gold piece wager gets you 100 additional back. So you make 300 gold from your 200 GP wager. And as you have this additional money coming your way, as you head back towards the sports book to get your payout, At every opportunity, EC makes it clear that she's willing to let you wear her like a cheap suit. So she's
Ga- Gal-
basically kind of all over you if you are interested in that, and if not, then
Galibar will say, "Well, well, I am flattered. Uh, I'll have to say no, but you were you did your job well," and he'll hand her 10 gold.
And she gives you a look that you're not sure whether it's a look that says that she's appreciative or a look that says that she's insulted. She's one of those women that kind of has an inscrutable look to her. And unless you know her really well, you probably don't really know what she's thinking. But she's very pleasant to you and thanks you. And
He'll add after giving her the 10 gold. He'll say, "I plan on competing the next time I come to this arena. Maybe you could cheer me on in that."
and she says, "Well, it would be my pleasure." And she tucks the gold away, accompanies you back to the sports book, and as by the time you finish conducting your business and finish getting your payout, you turn and she's just disappeared. You don't see her anywhere around. So
I figured.
she is gone. Probably to await the next big spender.
Yeah. Which is why he turned her down.
Yeah.
But he is after getting his winnings, he is probably going to try to head towards the market.
Okay. All right. Well, your servant from the trade merchant's house is there, or the merchant prince's house. Ekene-Afa's house is there, and we'll lead you over to the market. Now, which of the markets were you interested in going to? Actually, let's come back to you.
I was gonna say, like, does anybody else want to do something?
Okay. Who else was doing something at this point?
Adamant went to the Temple of Gond.
Okay.
All
right.
Don't really need a guide for that. It's at the dock.
Well, they will politely insist once on accompanying you, but if you really make it clear you don't care about having an escort, they won't force themselves on you.
What he will say is, "I know how they're going to react when I get there. No one seemed to go nuts over me. Not entirely sure why, but if you want to subject yourself to this, that is up to you. But it's going to be a little chaotic."
And they say, "Oh, we are accustomed to dealing with the Gondites. If they indicate you will be some time, we can send someone back to collect you. But this is more for making sure that you don't encounter any unwanted attention between here and the temple." Because clearly you saw when you got off the boat, you guys didn't have a chance to take 10 steps before somebody
try to rip off Galibar.
Was all over Galibar trying to rip him off. And now you figure that there are always going to be some kind of schemes and everything going on in this city.
Adamant, He just kind of shrugs and says, "As you wish."
Okay. Well, they will take you. They will take you over to the Temple of Gond, and that is okay. That's over by the harbor. Oops, sorry, I meant to drag that at the same time. And which is this place? Right. It is right over here. So it's actually not too terribly far away from her house. And you get there to the Temple of Gond, and there you notice that this one is rather boxy stone temple. And this is very popular among the local artisans, craftspeople, smiths, ivory carvers, and hydro engineers. Most of these temples may usually have a forge as a centerpiece, but this one has an immense fountain whose water jets shift continually to create amazing shapes. And it is all done with various nozzles and valves moving on cams, driven by the rivers that feed into the harbor. And so, you know, there are people. There's always like 1d4 Gondites on one area of the fountain, which seems to be shut down, and they are tinkering with things. And as they tinker, it causes the shapes on the other side of the fountain to change. And, they'll tinker a little bit and they'll look at it and they'll decide whether they like that or not. And then they'll tinker a little bit more and it'll change the shapes. And then they finally get happy with that. And so then they move around a little bit and they shut off another part of the fountain and turn on other areas, and they do that. And that seems to be something that happens at least once a day. And when you get there, they're just kind of in the middle of that bit of maintenance for the day. And so you get here and you realize something that's a bit unusual. There are not that many gnomes at this particular Temple of Gond. Most of the
Yes.
Gondites here seem to be humans.
You feel this odd sense of relief.
And the head priest here at this particular temple introduces himself as Brother Qualu. So
Greetings, Brother Qualu. I am Adamant.
Oh, Adamant, Warforged. Oh, we do not see many Warforged here in Chult. What brings you to our lovely city of Port Nyanzaru?
We're on a mission to find out about the Githyanki that were here. They attacked Waterdeep.
Oh, my dear. Oh, yes, we heard something from our brethren in Waterdeep about an attack. It sounded like it was absolutely dreadful. Were you there when they attacked?
Yes, we were. That's our mission now, is to find these Githyanki. And we'd heard tell that they had been here in Chult. So we were sent here.
Oh my goodness. Here in Chult. Oh, well. Oh my dear. Oh my dear. Maybe we had better get ready. We had heard from our brethren in Waterdeep, and we put a vessel of supplies together, and we sent it by ship not a 10-day ago, and it still should take maybe another 20 days to arrive. And well, Now, you say you came from Waterdeep. How did you get here so fast?
Well, one of the special forces teams in Waterdeep, he kind of leans in and whispers, very like making a big secret of it. They obtained one of the Githyanki ships.
They did? They did? A Githyanki ship?
Yes.
Oh.
So that is how we got here. It's being run by some of the some of the priests of the Gon Temple from Waterdeep.
It is? They're here?
Some
They
of them.
haven't come. They haven't come to our temple. You must tell them that they are welcome to our temple. They must come and spend some time with us.
I will pass that along. They are probably we just landed today, so they're probably doing a bit of maintenance.
Oh, did they? Are they in the Royal Harbor here?
Yes, you tell them where they're at.
Okay, actually, when you explain it to them, the Royal Harbor is in the main harbor, and you guys came in kind of unobtrusively, sort of with the idea that you wanted to be seen by as few people as possible
Right,
over
and
on the eastern side of the city.
he'll explain that and explain not to, make a big deal out of the ship.
And you can
Try.
give me an insight check when you tell him that.
Insight.
Yeah,
That's not
you
going to
can
happen, is it?
you can tell him that trying to not get excited about something like a Githyanki ship is about like telling a 5-year-old not to shake the presents under the Christmas tree.
More like what he means is don't let other people know what it is. I'm pretty sure it's okay if the Gondites know, but
Oh, I see. Yes, because it could be. Oh, yes, my lips are sealed, and he says, I will have to work very diligently to make sure that none of the other priests in the temple say anything about it to anyone.
thank you. Now, one of the reasons I've come is I've been working closely with the Gondite Temple in Waterdeep.
Yes,
In
yes.
fact, I think I've created a monster, in fact, but two of them because now I've got my temple working with their temple. But what we're doing, and he explains the whole project to him, he's trying to get some outside thoughts on it, see if there's a fresh take, so to speak.
Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. Well, how long are you going to be in Port Nyanzaru?
At least 3 nights, apparently. Banquets.
Oh.
He just kind of shrugs.
Oh, very good, very good. Well, I have some friends at the temple in Waterdeep, and I will dispatch one of our acolytes um, over to the harbor uh, in Tariki Anchorage, where your ship is moored, and I will invite them to come to the temple. I will talk to them about their plans and what they have seen, and then we will see if we have any insights that can offer some different aspects of that.
I
Wonderful,
appreciate
wonderful.
that. No, they get so carried away. And then I've got them working with dwarves and believe I may have made a mistake.
Oh, gnomes and dwarves, very clever, very creative. Yes, we wish we had some more gnomes here, but they tend to find the heat very oppressive, and most of the gnomes that come here don't last very long. They tend to prefer the northern, more mountainous climates than the jungle here.
Small bodies, they get hot faster.
Yes, and they also unfortunately tend to be just the right size for even a uh, juvenile dinosaur to turn into a quick snack. So they find more dangers here than they do in other parts of the Sword Coast, for certain.
Yes.
Very well, very well. And so he is very excited about that. And as you all, regardless of where you are at this time of day, as you all are generally heading back towards the towards Ekene-Afa's house, there is a great sound that rings out over the city. It is a large, long, low, resonating sound of a huge horn being blown. And at first, it's kind of difficult to tell where it's coming from. But as you, as soon as that horn sounds, the escorts from Ekene-Afa's house that are with you, they quickly urge you to head back to the house. Quickly, we must get back to the house.
What is that?
Oh, it is very dangerous. That is the sound of the city under attack from the undead.
Adamant just kind of stares at him for a minute. You know I'm a cleric, yes?
Yes, and you must get back to the house.
Just told the cleric not to go after the undead, but
I'm sorry, what's happening?
There's basically it's the Port Nyanzaru equivalent of an air raid siren. It's a big, huge, long horn. From the sounds of it, it's probably like one of those big, huge alpine horns that they use. And it seems to be coming from, you all have a hard time figuring out what direction it's coming from, but your soldier escorts are urging you to get back to the house as quickly as possible. And they explain that it's because the undead are attacking the city.
Hell no. Zandri's not going to go run and hide. If they want to go run and hide, that's fine, but she's going to go find where the fighting is then.
As a cleric of Moradin, I'm going to have to insist that we not run from the fight.
Okay, clearly this makes them extremely uncomfortable because they are charged with seeing you kept safe as Ekene-Afa's guests, and the best place for you to be kept safe is deep in the heart of the city, away from the walls.
She's already gone.
Okay, your escort has no choice but to just run after you, and when they see that you kind of are looking around trying to figure out which way to go, give me an insight check, and let's see if Zandri can figure out which way to go, just from her own
7.
insight.
I'm going to have to do that as well because he's going to do. Jesus Christ. This is better than 7.
Zandri, you see everybody running towards the harbor, and in a momentary momentary thinking back to the days of the arena, you realize that everybody runs towards the fighting. So you turn and you start to head towards the harbor. And then Adamant, you see everybody running toward the harbor from the area that is the beggars' palaces, which is sort of at the north, basically the southwest gate of the city. The orientation on this map is a little bit different. So,
Yep. He's going to
basically-
start Clank running that way.
So everybody seems to be running from this point here, and back towards the harbor. And initially, Zandri starts running towards the harbor, and as you turn and start running that way, your house escort will say, "Milady, if you are fleeing from the danger, we might as well flee towards the house."
What? What? Fleeing? Ugh.
The undead are attacking from the gate. That's where the horn is sounding.
Well, which gate? Which gate then?
And then he points off in this direction.
Okay.
He points over here towards this gate.
That's where she's gonna go.
Okay. So you run that way, and basically, now is anybody else doing anything? Because this is after the race, after Galibar has gotten his payout, while he's trying to figure out his way to the market. Thardram and Oyo are doing whatever Thardram and Oyo are doing. They may be still chilling at the house, but you can hear this go off. So who all is interested?
Galibar would probably be double timing it to the market, so because if there's an alarm going off, he's probably going to want to protect those merchants.
Okay, you start heading that way, and you hear that that horn means that undead are attacking the city walls, and that people say that's coming from the beggars' gates.
Oh, beggars' gates. Oh.
Which they will tell you are sort of over here in the over here on the southwest side of the city.
Oh, okay. That's a little farther than the merchants from where I am. Where am I again? Down here?
Yeah, you were down there collecting your winnings, and then you were basically going to be heading towards. I think you had been
that
more,
way.
Yeah, you were kind of heading that way, but the commotion is obviously coming from beyond that.
Yeah, I'm
here
gonna
again.
I'm gonna go towards that area.
Okay.
Galibar is going to defend this city that he now loves.
Okay. Oyo and Thardram, either of you doing anything, or are you gonna chill at the house and try to figure out what's going on?
Well, Thardram wanted to go around looking at the other merchant princes' houses before this.
Oh, okay. So you would be out doing that. You would be out touring the city, and this horn goes off, and your escort will tell you what that means and will urge you to get back to Ekene-Afa's house. But you can decide whether you want to do that or not. And then,
I'll probably just walk towards. I'll ask the guy where the sound comes from.
he says the beggar's gate.
Okay, we'll aim for the beggar's gate.
Okay. And Ken, what is Oyohusa doing? Have we lost Ken? Okay. We'll figure Ken is meditating or Oyohusa is meditating at the at Ekene-Afa's residence at the moment. Okay, so the four of you converge on the gates, and as you do, you hear that there is a small army of undead that is approaching what's called the Old City. And the Old City is the neighborhood that is outside the walls, and people are fleeing to get from the Old City to inside the walls before they completely close the gates. And
So wait a
as you-
minute. They're closing the gates and locking people out?
No, they're going to close the gates and lock people in. Once they evacuate this Old City area, this area out here, beyond the gates, once they get everybody from here back inside the city, they will then close these gates and defend the walls of the city. But as you all run up, the gates are still open, and there are people streaming in from the outside, and you can just catch some glimpses about 50 feet beyond the last person that you can see running in towards the gate. You can see sort of shambling mass of animated corpses.
You said 50 feet beyond?
Yeah, 50 feet beyond the last person. So when you're
What-
here at the gates, you probably see the last people right about here that are coming in. And so then that means that somewhere along here or here, you'll see this group
I-
of animated corpses
okay.
running towards the city.
Would Zandri know anything about whether undead need their sight to attack things?
Give me a history check. See what you've heard about
That's a
undead.
3.
Yeah, you
Shit.
probably wouldn't know.
Fuck. All right.
What about a religion check?
Religion has the same modifier. It's
Yeah.
Intelligence.
I'm talking about for
Oh,
Well, now that's for a fighter. Would be a history check. Now for you, Adamant, as a trained cleric, you might be able to use your religion, from what you've learned about fighting against the undead as a ordained cleric. 20. All right. Well, you know that a lot of undead have dark vision, which is not always the same as seeing through magical darkness. I'm going to also give you, going to also give you a, the opportunity to be able to tell what kind of undead you're actually looking at.
okay.
And you are actually looking at 3 different types of undead that are coming. And the undead that you see some skeletons, you see some zombies, and in front of both of them, sort of running almost on all fours in a very unsettling way, you see some ghouls.
Okay, so he is going to pass all this information along. Are there any stragglers outside the gate?
Not that, um, not that you can see, but there is someone who's about right here who seems to be yelling something rather frantically as they come in, and as they get closer, uh, you can hear them say, "My old gran, she fell in
shit.
the house. Uh, someone needs to save her,
I'm
please,
going
please,
out
someone
there.
save her."
Yep.
Going out there.
Adamant's right
Oh.
there with her.
Okay, some of the guards try to stop you, but you guys just, there's all this rush of people coming. One way you kind of work through like salmon swimming upstream, and you get out beyond the gates, and the guards kind of are like, yeah, screw this. I don't want to die today. And and
Adamant does tell their house crush to stay behind. Help defend the gates.
And they look at you, and they just shake their heads, and they are determined to go out with you. And when they get beyond the crush of people, they say, if you perished and Ekene-Afa found that I let you go beyond the walls without me, I would be tortured slowly, and my life would be worth nothing. So, it's like
Understandable.
This is like he's more afraid of what his boss would do to him if he let something happen to you.
Stay close to me.
How far
Okay.
away from the gate is this person?
Okay.
Are there enemies near her or him?
The person will point to his as he's running to the gate, will point to his right, which means he's pointing down this way. Whoops.
Mhm.
Pointing down this way, and say that it's just beyond this first building over here in a little house, which you basically gather is about right here. And so it looks like...
Is that enough information to find it?
He describes the house for you.
Okay.
It's the greenhouse that's between the blue house and the yellow house.
Okay.
So, in the first, at the first right beyond this main building here.
Yep. Zandri will give him a gentle-ish push to kind of urge him through the gates. Just go. We've got this. Go. We'll find her.
Okay. So Thardram, I'm going to say that you can get to the gates about the same time as the other two. Are you going to go out with them, or are you going to stay inside the city?
Okay, I don't know. I'm confused with what's happening now. So, have I arrived after them? Or...
No, you all three of you got to the gates about the same time, coming from different parts of the city.
What about me?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, and Galibar, you too.
Okay.
We're going after
All of you are
somebody's
about
grandma.
there.
Okay. Do we know where somebody's grandmother is?
Yeah, they told
Yes,
us.
we do.
Yep, we're heading there
Yep.
now.
And Adamant
Okay.
points through the incoming wave of undead. We've got to go through that.
I'm probably... Oh. Does Zandri still have an action surge?
I took a short rest at the house after the fight, so yeah.
Okay, so you're probably the fastest, but I'm probably the safest to walk there. Anyway, let's just go. Let's talk strategy while we go there.
Oh, Xander doesn't have any strategy. She's just gonna get there and help that lady.
Okay.
You
By any means
go
necessary.
fastest. So I'm
Time
gonna
to kill some zombies.
I'm gonna form a guard around the door while Zandri goes inside.
Okay, so Thardram's
Okay.
gonna guard the door of the house when we go in.
Yeah,
All right.
and to make sure zombies and
Right.
undead and that can't go inside.
Okay, I am going to give us a rough little battle mat here, then I'm going to do shapes. And I'm going to say, yeah, let's do this and this. I'm going to put this house here. And then I'm going to put this house here. And then I'm going to put this house here. No, that's not right. Okay, there we go. All right. So, let me change, and then I'm going to change you guys to this map. Okay. And, whoops. I'm going to put the big government building over here. So that's the big government building on the other side. So just to help identify things for everyone, the target that you have, yep, is this house here. So I'm gonna target house is the one with a little circle on it. All right. So now we get to have a few enemies happening on the battlefield. So we will have these guys.
This is the kind of battle map you get when the DM doesn't expect you to run into the massive undead.
Yeah, well.
Okay. And then I'm going to give you some of these to deal with. We have There's
I have
Yes.
destroy undead now.
okay, now over here. Okay. All right. So they guys out in the lead are these guys here. And then these guys are here. And then these guys are kind of in between there. They're not as fast as the ghouls, but they're faster than the zombies. So there's gonna be, in this wave, we'll say there's that. And then in this wave, we'll say there's that. And then in this wave, we will say that there's that. Okay. So you guys have your characters, and then you also have a few of the house guards. So there's one house guard for each of you. And I'm just going to make all of them go on one turn to save a little time.
Where do you want us to place our characters?
The gates are towards the bottom of the map. So, yeah, somewhere like along in here. This is the road coming out of the gate.
So
Whoops.
Adamant is going to say, I intend to charge into them and do it and turn the undead.
And then
Sounds like a solid strategy. Charge and pray. Fantastic.
I'm on board with this.
okay.
See how many I can destroy in the process.
Okay. So, the ghoul. I'm going to go ahead and let me make sure that I have everybody cleared. Yes, initiative is clear, so everybody can go ahead and roll initiative if they wish. Okay, and we will.
Oh, it didn't select my token. Sorry. I clicked the wrong thing, but I got a 13.14.
Damn
Okay.
it. Maybe I need to start thinking about taking the alert feat. Good lord.
Yeah, it's a good feat.
Oh.
Or you could get a weapon of warning.
There we go. So we're gonna have 2 ghouls, then 3 zombies, and then how many skeletons were there? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skeletons. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and submit, 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 submit. Okay, so skeletons have 13.10, 6, 14, 14, 14, 21, 14, and then 8, 14. Then ghouls have 9, 10, and 6. And then the zombies have 3.7, and then 1.7, and then look at him. He's Olympic champion zombie with a 15. His initiative. Okay, so Okay, and I need to find Zandri is 13, 14. So let me go ahead and add you. Yep, 13, 14. Okay, and then guards. Add 1 turn for a guard. And guard goes here. Oops. Right there. Okay. Roll initiative. And that's 4.11. Okay. 4.11. All right. So they will all go on 1 turn. All right. Now, put it in descending order. Actually, the first thing that happens is one of these skeletons. This guy here. Skeleton has skeleton has a short sword and a short bow. And Adamant, to kind of fill in Zandri and her question, you know that all of these creatures have dark vision, but to your knowledge, they do not have the ability to see through magical darkness. So,
Pass it along.
yeah, they're kind of weak undead. It's some of the stronger undead that sometimes they don't get anything. So they can move 30 feet. This guy goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He gets here. He has a short bow, and he's going to plink his short bow at the cleric in front of him. And this ought to be entertaining.
Nope.
He hits an AC 6, which sails way over everybody and lands harmlessly somewhere. Clearly, these arrows are moldering as well. Thardram, you are up, sir.
Okay.
Got a bunch of undead out in front of you.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't like it particularly. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna mark the ghoul on the left, I think. Probably,
Okay.
as my planar warrior. And just
So this guy?
yeah, I'm ready an attack. If it comes
Okay,
close.
so we are going
With
to...
the halberd.
I'm going to put your mark on him. All right. Actually, no. Let's do this. Yeah, we'll put your mark on him. He is targeted by you. Next, we have this zombie, the shambling zombie in the back here. Shambling zombie moves 20 feet as a normal move. Then he moves 20 more feet. Okay. Actually, he's going to get there. So, and that's all he can do because he doesn't have any ranged attacks. Galibar, you are up. There's a lot of rotting and skeletal things coming at you, apparently out of the jungle.
Okay. Well, Galibar is going to bonus action rage.
Okay.
Move right here. Look at
Okay.
this skeleton. And swing his greatsword.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
Does an 11 hit?
An 11. Does that hit a skeleton? Let me double check. These guys. No,
Also,
that doesn't quite hit.
Okay, then the 24. That max damage though on that first swing. If only I hit.
Yeah. Unfortunately, but the 24 that will hit, and it deals 15 damage. How would you like to destroy this skeleton?
Well, my greatsword is gonna fly through its skull.
Okay. Fragments of bone shatter as this thing just collapses to the ground in a heap. And we're going to go ahead and move that to the GM layer to clear off the board a little bit. All right. So the next thing that happens is this skeleton here, and he gets 30 feet of movement. So where can he get to in 30 feet? Oh, he can get. Actually, he can go right to where his buddy used to be. And as he runs up, he's going to pull out a short sword. And he is going to attack Galibar with a short sword.
I was gonna go through that spot. Damn it.
Hits an AC 15. Does that hit Galibar?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, that's he doesn't hit you then. And that's all he can do. Zandri, you are up.
Okay, Zandri's gonna do her full 30 feet. So that's the ruler.
Okay.
So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then she's gonna action. She's gonna use her action to dash. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm guessing he's gonna take an opportunity attack.
Yeah, that ghoul will try to take an opportunity attack on you.
Okay.
He's going to try to reach out with his claws. And he
9 is gonna miss, so I'm gonna use my reaction and riposte to make an attack on him.
Okay.
I think you need to make the con save before you can do that.
Well, he didn't hit, so he didn't
right.
hit. Yeah.
Does
AC
14 hit?
14. Yep, AC 14 will hit. So go ahead and
Okay,
roll some
so
damage.
that's superiority dice and longsword. So 10 points of damage.
Okay.
And it's
You
a
take-
+1 longsword, so it's magic.
Yeah. These guys at this point, they don't have any resistance to non-magical damage, but obviously
good.
magical damage does help hit anything. And that +1's already included in the damage, right?
Oh yeah, I put that in correctly.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All right.
Zandri goes running up, goes to dash past the ghoul, ducks under the claws, slashes back at it, and keeps on going.
Okay. Zandri's sword takes a chunk out of this thing's side. The ghoul is a fleshy undead, and it's kind of unnerving because a chunk of flesh comes out of this thing's side, but there's no bleeding. And it just yells at her, and it's got this unnaturally and evilly creepy looking long tongue that comes out of its mouth as it hisses at Zandri when she runs by.
Don't stick it out unless you're going to use it.
And then he's not sure what he's going to do, but we'll find out on his turn.
What?
Okay.
What does that even mean?
This next skeleton, he is going to move Yeah, he can get there. He's going to move over here. And he is going to attack Galibar. And it seems like they are given a choice. It seems like they are attracted to enemies that are not wearing, are not covered in metal. Because
Zandri's
maybe
not
they
wearing
think
her
it's-
armor.
Oh, Zandri's not wearing her armor at this
No.
point?
No, she took it off at the house.
Okay.
She is
I wasn't
wearing nice,
wasn't
sleek,
aware of
cool
that.
clothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
That's-
posted a picture in the chat.
That
Oh,
is
okay.
going to be completely soiled by the time this fight is over.
Yeah.
Yep, probably
Yeah, that
is.
was a present from Syl for the trip too.
Uh-oh.
It's okay. I have mending.
So, Galibar, you are missed by that skeleton. It does not.
Mm-hmm.
It does not manage. Then this other ghoul.
It did not scratch my guy's muscles.
Yeah. This other ghoul comes over, and the ghoul is going to make a he's going to make a bite attack against you. And so because that can do more damage. And it hits an AC 16 with its
Misses.
bite. Okay. These unnaturally sharp teeth, it seems like when it opens its mouth, its lips pull back, and these unnaturally sharp teeth flash out, and this tongue reaches out, and it's almost like the tongue tries to grab your arm and pull it in so it can bite it more effectively, but it misses in its attempt. It's a very disgusting, unnerving type of thing when this thing attacks you. All right, Adamant, you are up, sir.
Okay, Adamant is going to move forward. There's going to be
Okay.
a lot of attacks of opportunity here, so just let me know.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay. You're there at 30?
Yep. And I
Okay.
am going to, from this spot here, I'm going to use Turn Undead. And I have Destroy Undead.
Okay.
So
and
if
the
there's-
radius
It's
is
30
what?
feet. It's gonna reach up to this
Okay.
skeleton here.
Yep, which means it can affect everybody. So now
Well,
what?
except for these two.
Huh?
Except for those two zombies up at the top there.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So I will go ahead. I will put these over here. There's that. And I gotta go to another section for the destroy.
Okay.
So right now it's
So,
a half CR or lower. And it's gonna be
Okay.
a DC 15.
Okay, so the zombies are CR. Where the heck are they? They are CR 1/4. The skeletons are CR 1/4. The ghouls are CR 1. So
Okay, so the
they
ghouls
all
are
have to
buff.
make. Yeah, they all have to make 15. And what is it?
We'll save.
Will say or wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
We'll
see.
start with the ghouls.
Yeah, it's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Ghoul number 1 fails. Ghoul number 2 makes it. Then let's look at the zombies. There are.
There's only one in
There.
range.
Yeah, there's only one in range. So that zombie will fail.
Poof.
So that zombie is just destroyed utterly, right?
Yep.
Okay, how does it look when a zombie is destroyed by your...
I would say when it's affected by his turn undead, it would be like a rusty colored flame engulfs him.
I was thinking Thanos dust.
Now, well, he's a cleric of Moradin, but he's also the Warforce. That the rusty ash from the flame would really fit the whole motif there.
Yeah, let's say that he just quivers for a few moments, and then he kind of explodes in this burst of radiant energy. And what color did you say it would be? It would be like the color
Kind
of
of
the
a
forge
rusty
fire?
color. Yeah.
Okay, so there's this reddish glow and particles of ash that seem to turn to rust as they fly through the air. And they just become little smaller and smaller particles until it just completely evaporates. And he is...
The
gone.
funniest thing about it is he's not going to be ultra-manic about it. He's just going to put his hand over the symbol on his chest and say, "Be gone."
Okay. So then we have 1, 2,
You got the
3, 4.
skeleton.
Okay.
And
Whoever is scratching, please mute yourself because we can hear something.
Yeah, that's really obnoxious.
Yeah.
all you got left is the skeletons.
Yep. So we will do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Or
So,
well, actually,
4.
yeah. 1 fail, 2 fail, 3 fail, 4 fail. Yeah, well, all 4 of them failed. So they all, yeah, that one didn't even need to do that. So he's gone. Actually, he's just gone. He's gone. He's gone. And he is gone.
And one of those ghouls is running away from Adamant.
Okay. Oh, yeah. How much damage do they take, or do they take any damage?
They don't take damage. They are essentially they're afraid of him for a minute. They will not. They will just run the hell away.
Okay, so let me just make
One of them
sure.
failed.
Yeah, it's the first. The first.
They
ghoul
have to
fail.
use dash or dodge, I think.
Yeah. So let me see. What's the ghoul that has the highest? It's this one. So this ghoul is afeared. What's a good afeared? There we go. That's a good afeared one. He's afraid. So on his turn, he will run away. That skeleton's gone. This skeleton, or this ghoul up here. Okay. Metal Man didn't affect him, but Metal Man is scary. So, there's somebody that is not armored over here. So he's going after the fleshy target over here.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna try to attack with his claws. Okay. And
That's
hits
gonna
an
be a miss.
AC 10, which is a miss.
Yep.
Now-
Zandri just whips around, brings her shield up, and bashes the claws away.
Okay. All right. And it's still the same round, so you don't have another reaction. Right?
No, I would have taken it.
Okay. The guards down here, they all kind of move up. And they're gonna stay close enough to do something, but kind of behind Thardram. And they are going to use their spears and take attacks at the ghoul. So there's They each have 3 spears. So they're each going to throw 1 spear at the ghoul. Miss, miss, miss. Oh! Hey!
But man, what
this
a
last
terrible hit that
this
was.
last guy got a crit.
You guys
now,
can't hit shit. Watch this.
6. He maximizes for 7, and then he gets 2, so he does 9 with that attack. And that ghoul is not bloodied. But now it has a spear sticking out of it. And then this
Yes.
zombie up here goes 5, 10, 15, 20. And then 5, 10, 15. And then this ghoul, or this zombie, it goes 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20. And that's all he can do. All right. So now we come back around to Thardram. Thardram, your target is running away.
It's not targeted anymore. It only lasts for a turn. There's literally no point in putting
okay.
the symbol on it. Especially if I cast Hunter's Mark, it'll get very confusing.
You can move your Hunter's Mark, though.
It's not a Hunter's Mark.
Oh.
Anyway, I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike. And then I'm going to give this guy a jab. So I've moved 3 squares at the moment. So I'm going to jab this guy with advantage.
Okay, I'm sorry. Click on who you're trying to attack.
The ghoul. I have reach with the halberd.
Oh, okay. This guy. All right. So you're going to attack him around.
So I got a crit. Oh,
Yeah.
This is a lot of maths.
Okay. So you're just roll your damage once.
So it's 10 plus an 8 from Zephyr Strike plus 5. So it's 23 minimum damage.
Oh, okay. How do you want to kill him then?
It's just like I just kind of reach over, like on my tippy toes, jump up over Galibar's shoulder, and then give him a jab in the head very quickly because I'm Zephyr Striked and I'm very fast.
Okay, so we'll just... He is dead, and as you pull your halberd away, we'll just say that this thing's head just gets ripped off of its neck and stays on the halberd as Thardram pulls it back. So Galibar, this bloody ghoul's head just goes flying past you, on the end of this halberd.
So this is 4, and this is 5, and then I get an extra 30 foot for attacking with Zephyr Strike.
Okay.
So I'm going to go there. Yeah. I'm going to pass Sandra going, Jesus Christ, you're slow. You got caught by zombies. And just walk away.
Okay. That ghoul is going to take an opportunity.
He can't. I have Zephyr Strike on.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Have fun.
Okay.
Zandri just kind of waves at him, and then she like waves her shield, and then she turns back to the 3 that are coming at her. Like she's got enough on her plate. Yep.
Galibar, everything around you is dead. But there's still some there. Okay. Go after this guy.
It's a 14 hit.
Oh yeah, 14 hits a zombie. I presume you're going after the zombie.
Mm-hmm.
15 slashing damage. Okay.
Does that kill?
Nope, it does not. The zombie is bloodied, however. So 27. This is where we find out the fun of
Yeah, the con save.
Okay. DC 5 plus the damage taken. That was 12 and 5, so he's got a DC 17 in his future. So let me do his con save. Which he does not succeed on, so that does kill him. How would you like to-
Decapitation.
Okay, his head flies off, and he falls down, and that zombie head just sort of rolls over to the side of the road, and it falls into a storm drain hole.
And I will step in its place.
Okay. Actually, can you move your token for just a minute? And then I will put him on the GM later. Okay, now you can go back there. And then next we have Zandri.
Yep. All right. So she looks up, with her shield still raised, knocking the ghoul's fingers back. Looks up at Galibar. Nice one. Glad of you to join us. And she'll go for an attack on the second zombie, using fainting attack. So getting advantage on it using one of her superiority dice.
Okay.
So that's a 16 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, and damage is 2 plus, so 12 points of damage.
It's bloodied.
All right, and next attack, same thing. She's going to burn another dice for her extra attack.
Okay.
So 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
So that is longsword plus superiority dice, so 10 points more damage. So 20 altogether. 22 altogether.
All right. Now, let's see here. He's got another save, so that's 5 plus 10, so he's got a 15 con save coming. Oh, he
Oof.
makes it. So he is actually at one. Whoops. He is actually at 1 hit point.
Oh, no, he's dead. She's going to action surge.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Yes, I can. That's a 20 to hit. 26 to hit, excuse me.
Yeah, that will.
That's 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. So
Here comes that dang con save
that's
again.
a con save of 16 now. Let's see what he can do with this. Oh, he fails. And so how would you
we'll
like
say,
to kill him?
We'll say she slashes it across the chest and then goes to stab it through the chest. And then when it doesn't die and it's still just grotesquely there, she'll just pull it back and just, Galibar had the right idea, and just decapitate it.
Okay, when you do decapitate it, you notice that as its head falls off, the top half of its torso sort of slides off the bottom half of its torso where you had slashed it on an angle through, and it kind of gives you the impression that it had died, but it just hadn't figured out that it had died yet until you finally took its head off. And
Yep. And then for her last attack of the round, she's going to hit the ghoul.
Okay.
That is a 13 hit.
A 13, it's a ghoul. Yes, it does.
Okay, that's 10 points of damage. So we'll
10
just say that
points of damage.
she takes the thing's head off and then just keeps the arc going and turns around and sweeps and attacks the ghoul.
Okay, and the ghoul is now bloodied. It's still up, but it's bloodied.
And then she's going to use her movement.
And you will get an opportunity attack
Yep.
from the ghoul claws.
Nope. And
AC
bonus
12.
action, riposte, last superiority dice. 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
So 6 and 13. So 19 points of damage.
How would you like to kill that ghoul?
Just sweep its legs off. Just chop it in half.
Okay. Its legs go flying off, and it just falls down dead. And
Don't mess with water Davians, dumbass.
and then it is on the GM layer. And now the four guards come running up, and they go right to here, and they will stop here, and they will be looking up the road, and they'll say, "Whatever you're gonna do it quick. There's another wave coming out of the woods, out of the jungle."
You two go. Find the grandmother.
Don't have to tell me twice. Are we still in initiative?
We'll say so for now.
Okay.
Adamant's going to take up position with these guards.
Okay. Zandri, you get to the house, you see the door is ajar. And you push open the door, and you see this elderly woman who has a cane that is off to the side, and she's fallen on the ground, and she's sort of feebly trying to crawl towards the door.
If we're still in initiative, shouldn't it be Thardram?
Oh,
Wondering what's going on.
Thardram, go ahead.
Well, I'm pretty confused now. So are we in initiative or not?
Yes.
Yes, we're in initiative. So actually it would be Adamant. No, Adamant moved up. So
yeah, and he's holding
guards
action
moved
for the
up.
next
So
wave.
yes,
They get into
Thardram.
it. Adam is holding an action, and if
Yep.
the other group gets in range.
Thardram, yeah. So you can go, and you see the door is ajar, and you see this grandmother crawling on the floor.
I'll put my poleaxe away and say, "Stay calm. I'm gonna carry you. My friends are gonna protect you, and everything will be okay." Try and pick her
she
up.
says, "Oh, bless you, bless you."
And
And
I'll also pick up the cane as well because I'm very nice.
Very gentlemanly.
Okay. All right. Yeah, she's all of like 85 pounds soaking wet. She's very frail.
Oh God, this poor lady.
She's human, but she's rather short for a human. And you can tell that her leg doesn't look like it's broken now, but it looks like at some time long ago, her leg was broken and it was never quite set properly when it healed. And so her leg has a little bit of an uncomfortable looking bend below the knee on one of her legs. And so Thardram grabs her and picks her up with a cane and starts to run her back. Galibar, what are you going to do while they're dealing
Am I
with
hearing
this?
anything from these buildings?
No. These buildings are quiet, and it looks like from basically what you can see, there's an area that's cleared on the edge of the city about 200 yards, and beyond that 200 yards there's jungle, and you can see an arc that maybe from right to left is about 200 feet wide, and you see at 4 or 5 places along that 200 feet, you see the foliage of the jungle sort of shaking a little bit, and then you can just start to see at all of those points 1 or 2 ghouls coming out of the jungle, and the horns in the city keep blowing, and you start to hear shouts from the wall, get back in, it's a big attack, and the guards are clearly very nervous, and they're like, we should probably go.
We should ask for a raise.
Okay,
Yeah.
which and we're going back in this direction, correct?
Yeah, going back towards the city.
Okay, then I will move. I will dash back that way.
Okay. All right. And Zandri, you are up.
All right. As soon as she sees that Thardram has the old lady, Zandri is going to why isn't it letting me move? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's going to go ahead and use the dash action to get in line here and cover that position so that the ghouls can't get past them. So Thardram has a clear spot.
Okay. All right.
Hold the
Adamant,
line.
you're holding your action, and as you hold your action, you see now at 2 or 3 more spots in that arc of foliage, there are more ghouls that are pouring out of the jungle. And all in all, you can probably count somewhere in the neighborhood of about 40 ghouls. And behind them, you see some skeletons start running out. And there's easily more skeletons than there are ghouls. And if the first wave was any indication, there's probably going to be some zombies behind them. So this is a pretty large scale attack by the undead on the city.
Looks like a lich is having some fun.
All right, so he is going to continue to hold his action.
Okay.
Either until Thardram passes or something gets into range.
Okay. At this point, it looks like it's gonna be probably another 3 rounds at the earliest before any of the undead can get there.
Okay.
They're pretty far away.
So he is going to wait for Thardram to get into range, and he
Okay.
is holding a healing word.
Okay. All right. And Thardram, you are up.
This government building, does it have windows?
Not on the ground floor, and it's pretty much you get the notion that probably the way the guards and everybody are talking, that probably the safe bet is getting back inside the walls of the city.
I'm gonna dash.
Okay.
As he passes,
Okay.
he is throwing a 2nd level healing word at the
Lady.
woman. It's not going to heal the bone, but it'll heal the pain, so to speak.
Okay. Yeah, she's got a couple of bruises, and those just disappear. Seems like bruises probably where she fell and hurt herself. And those bruises just evaporate. And she says, "Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo," as the healing washes through her. It's like,
And he's gonna call out, get her straight to a healer, Thardram.
Yeah. Big question. What happens if I misty step?
You leave her behind, I believe.
Okay.
let me just double check.
Dimension door is the one that lets you take somebody with you. Misty Step is
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna misty step then. That wouldn't.
Yeah.
You can dash.
I've already dashed, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, we don't have
It's a
dimension door yet.
It's attack to go first.
Yeah. All right. Then we are back to Galibar.
I am continuing to dash towards the city, and if I see anybody seeming to like trip or fall or anything like that, I'll help them.
Okay. As they see you coming, there's shouts, "Open the gates! Let them in! Let them in! They've got the old lady!" And there's a cheer from the gates when they see Thardram coming with the grandmother. And Zandri, you are up. Thardram is now heading towards the gates. The guards clearly look like they want to fall back, but they're kind of looking at you and Adamant because they don't want to leave you all out there by yourselves. Again, they're afraid of what their boss would do to them if they let
Right,
anything happen to you.
Zandri
Go,
doesn't.
Zandri.
Yeah, Zandri doesn't want to leave the line open, so she's going to. Can you hold your action, your movement, or just an action?
You can hold your movement.
Yeah, I think at this point we'd all just kind of go backwards at the same time.
Okay, so
Yeah.
is anybody wanting to do anything other than fall back to this town
No.
at this point?
No, that's a
Just cover the retreat so Thardram doesn't get attacked.
Okay, consider that done. We can go out of initiative, and that basically happens. You guys all successfully make it back to the city, and they close the gates, and there's you can see while you were gone, they have brought some trebuchets to bear and some catapults, and they have flaming pitch that is in buckets on these things, and they give the signal when the undead get to a certain range, and they launch these. Some of them look like grenades filled with flaming pitch. And when I say grenade, I mean it's a sphere about 4 feet across that's hollow and has a burning rag on it, and it's filled with pitch, and that thing flies through the air and it hits the ground and it bursts open and just spreads flames in an area. And then others are big burning barrels that are full of pitch, and they pretty much hit and coat the ground, and these mindless undead just sort of run into it, and they get consumed by the flames. And there's a wave probably for about a minute. There's just wave upon wave of undead that come out of the jungle, and then finally they stop coming, and somebody on the wall says, "Yeah, okay, yeah, that was probably a Thursday attack. That was like about 300 or 400 of them in that attack, and it seems like this is something that they're sort of used to experiencing around here."
As soon as they get back through the gates, Zandri just says, "What the hell? I thought that they said that the lich issue, the undeath curse, was dealt with."
And then they laugh, and they say, "Oh, oh, Lady Zandri, no. This is a problem we've had long before Acererak ever built his tomb. This is the work of Rasnis. Rasnis was a general that got corrupted and turned an entire army, something like 500,000 people, into undead, and let them loose in the jungle. This was 30 years ago, and they'll be roaming around out there for another 50 years before everybody kills all of them."
Sweet, merciful, bloodstained gods. Oh boy. And she
Why
just
hasn't
kind of.
no Galibar will why isn't there a wall or anything around that part of that town?
And they and a couple of them look at you and they say, "You're kidding, right?"
No, why isn't there a wall to stop the undead?
And then a tabaxi, not a tabaxi that you've seen before. They're humanoid enough that you can distinguish them apart from each other. But one says, "Oh, well, you of all people, better and winner of dinosaur races in the betting pools, you should know that anything can be done as long as there is enough gold. The people with the gold live inside the walls. Those who do not have enough gold must live outside the walls and take their chances running inside before the gates are closed."
Galibar
Yeah.
looks a little upset at that and is going
Zandri
to
just looks disgusted.
he's going to talk to one of the princes later.
Okay. All right. Um,
Where's the old lady? Is she okay?
oh yeah, she's fine. Her family comes up and they just are weeping, holding her, and the man who was running in yelling about his grandmother being trapped out there, uh, he goes to several of the other members of his family, uh, and then he comes over to you and he has a sack in his hands, and the sack has about 27 silver pieces, which is what he's been able to
Oh
collect
no.
from the
No,
rest
no,
of them.
no,
and
No,
just-
no.
Yeah.
In
Zandri,
fact-
before he even gets a word out, Zandri pushes that back at him. And
In fact,
just no.
we're not going to take that. In fact, Adamant kind of reaches into a little section of his thigh, and he's going to pull out some gold coins,
Okay.
and he's going to give them to him. And this is to get your grandmother's leg treated. He gives him 5 gold.
And he just breaks down and weeps, and he throws his arms around you, and then he kind of recoils a little bit because he's not sure about Warforged. He's never really dealt with that, but then he overcomes his initial discomfort, and he just hugs you and thanks you over and over again, and
Now-
says that you all must be sent from the gods. And
You want to get her to a healer quickly. I could not mend the leg, but her pain is taken away for now.
and she walks up to you, and as she walks up to you, she's on her cane, and that leg is bent at like a really uncomfortable looking angle, but she seems to be walking on it all the same. And she says, "Oh, silly man, I've been dealing with this for 40 years. It's fine. I'll be fine. And but I thank you all for saving my life. I could never have been able to outrun those things."
We're glad
And
to help.
And at this point, I would like to point out we are at time, and I want to be sensitive about Ash's time since it's
Yeah, I've got to go too.
midnight there for him. So I want to thank everybody for playing today. It was a fun session. We got a little bit
Yes.
accomplished here, and welcome to the wonders of Port Nyanzaru. And I will now. Is everybody around next Saturday, or does anybody have any, or next Sunday? I mean,
I'm good.
I'll
next
be here.
Sunday.
Yeah, I'll be here.
okay.
I might be traveling from my parents, or I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, let us know during the week if you can, Ash, and if you can't let us know and you're not here, we will just presume that you are away for holiday duties.
I'll talk. I'll talk to you guys later. I gotta.
Okay, and yes, to all who celebrate, Merry Christmas, and to everyone else, Happy Holidays, and hope you have a safe and joyous holiday season.
Mhm.
All right,
Right.
and I'm going to go ahead and stop the stream.
I wonder if Ken fell asleep.